giant quadruped menu where you can basically be any of the animals.
It's funny.
It's pretty fun.
Like, is it still the same story, or is it a completely different story?
Oh, I have Red Dead Online, so I just do the online portion. This
That's right.
focuses more on horse people stuff than it does the story and missions.
Gotcha. I forgot Red Dead did an online thing like they did with like Grand Theft Auto.
I've never actually played Red Dead, so
it's such a fucking fantastic game.
Yeah. Just getting
that's what I keep. I mean, it has like a cult following, even though it's like a major title.
Red Dead Redemption. Yeah, that game. Don't talk shit about it. You'll be canceled.
No, I've just never played it.
I played it a little bit. Great game. Super immersive. I'm on the same boat as everybody else. You talk shit about that game, I'll stab you.
Fair.
I haven't even got that far into the game.
Definitely recommend playing it. I've never actually played like normal Red Dead before. just this version.
Yeah,
I just wanted something I could turn my brain off to.
Is that free to play, or is there a subscription for that?
It's just Red Dead Redemption. You have to buy the game.
Oh, okay.
Well, you need Red Dead Redemption or Red Dead Online, which Red Dead Online, just the online version, is $20 now.
Oh, okay.
That's not too bad.
That's pretty cool.
Yes.
It would be fantastic to actually explore playing that game.
That needs to be adjusted, and for some reason, why is it so blurry?
You're not centered.
Out of focus as well.
Yeah. Check the autofocus on it real quick. It's on the camera itself, or the lens.
Probably on that side. Other side of lens. No, I just see buttons there.
Click it off and back on. Then back on.
Why does this not want to work? Focus down here. There we go. And there we go. How are people doing, yeah?
No, not
Good
the
times?
one. That's the Zoom.
Good days?
Here, let me come over there real quick. Well, there's somebody in the hall.
So in Red Dead Redemption Online, you're pretty much just a civilian in the great Southwest, huh?
Yeah, essentially. But what I play on is is basically just a role play server. It's made by equestrians for equestrians, so you're just focusing on horse stuff.
Cool.
You're not focusing on like any of like the story with Arthur Morgan. You're focusing more on how you create your own character and how you spend your own time with your horses if you compete in like barrel racing, team pinning, team roping, pole bending, or if you do the English style where you're show jumping, cross country, eventing, hunter, stuff like that.
That's pretty cool. That sounds like it could be actually pretty fun.
Yeah, and you can actually breed horses and you can actually sell them, have different breeds too. And there's also the classic horses as well as sire breeds, which the sire breeds are a completely different thing.
Cool.
Oh, you might want to get rid of the info button too.
It could be a weird thing, but yeah. Probably wanna get
Yeah,
rid of it.
there's an info button on the left
Literally
side.
just a button.
Yep, press it until it goes away.
Yep. Until everything goes away. There you go.
There you go. And then you're going to want to tilt it more that way because I can see the leggy over here. You can zoom in a little bit more too. There we go. Cool. Nice and cozy. Cheers. All right, everybody. Welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern. As you can see, we had a few technical errors. A camera was misbehaving and apparently had decided to eat an SD card for lunch and ask for seconds. So, replace that later. And I mean, it's just a 16 gig card. It's just there to keep the thing happy.
Maybe it just needed some chips and salsa.
Dude.
That sounds so good. Shut
You
up.
might really need a few chips and salsa. You need to zoom in a little bit more.
The Disco Sun.
Huh?
It probably really wants like that really good type vesty, you know.
Oh, yeah, one of the high-speed ones. Just zoom in. Okay, yeah, I'm delayed over here. I'm looking at 3 different sources, so things are a little strange. All right.
Yay.
That's muted. I got that. And Cayenne is over there just staring at me. I'm getting glares. All right. So, tonight, announcements. Yes, announcements are good for us. We are off next week in observation of the holiday. And then we are back the following week for a Call of Cthulhu game, or Kids on Bikes, or something, whatever I decide during the week. Those are usually all improvisational, so yeah, less prep for me. With that, though, yeah, we have that upcoming game. Outside of that, I don't really have any other announcements.
There's the Ghostbusters one.
What?
The one that's out right now?
Oh, the Ghostbusters game for free on Amazon? Yeah, that's pretty cool. A bunch of other games are up for free there, too, part of their spooky thing. They have Doom Eternal on there as well. That would be some pretty awesome boss music to actually use on the air.
If we could.
Good. Suddenly Doom music kicks in and the boss walks out.
And then we get to hear the sounds of certain individuals collectively shitting themselves. Kevin Smith got the rights to Dogma back, so he can actually release that so that way people can see it.
The explosion. So, with that said, we're going to get into tonight's session. I'm thinking. You guys can talk until I say don't talk.
Loading.
Talking? What's this? Why would we talk to each other? What?
Oh, I was trying to come up with some good smart-ass remark, and I got nothing.
For once, you're speechless?
What is the magic I pulled here? I need to make sure that there's something I can do to prevent the terrible puns all the time.
Not all the time, just when I'm over. You have 6 other days of the week.
Well, there,
Yeah, and very few of them are ever spoken to me until you get here.
So there is one other thing that we actually did miss, and I think it's really cool. Just recently, actually, for those who've been following Denny playing and those who haven't, Cyberpunk Red is on there now.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome.
The problem with cold opens is that there's so many to pick from.
kind of think of this a little bit before.
It's been a rough week.
Start. Yeah. Oh, a freaking day for me.
I just
You
thought
need more
of
carbs.
I just
Go
thought
ahead.
of something that I won't be able to say as a mortician because it would be entirely unprofessional.
How many
Maybe
people
You have
are
so-
dying to meet you?
No, when you have potential deceased coming in to make future arrangements and you ask if they would like smoking or non-smoking.
Oh my god, that is so spicy. I absolutely love that.
That
Oh,
would be
boy.
funny.
That would
everybody
be
but-
funny.
To everybody but the person receiving the joke.
Oh man.
I don't know,
that's-
some people might get a kick out of something like that.
Oh,
If
then
they're the
there's
ones making plans for themselves, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Somebody coming in, it's like, unfortunately, this person that I care about is just not doing so well. Oh,
Not
okay,
got a
so you
nice
want me to
thing.
sit them in the smoking or non-smoking section?
Yeah, that probably won't be a good joke.
Yeah, why not fly?
all right, we're just gonna jump into it. I can't make up a choice, and we'll be here for another hour. So quiet.
Just like you've got things, go number 1, 2, and 3 and roll a dice.
Doesn't have to be one every week.
Aw.
So, approaching tonight's session as we open the doors, the party has left the Spell Forge
They have left the building.
and began making their trek across the desert towards their destination, the Realm of Fire, as the temperature slowly creeps up. The party stops for camp and things go unexpectedly. Occasionally there is one or two orc bandits that try to make their dues, but are dealt with rather swiftly regarding the protection hired.
Sally.
And you carry on as the orcs even become less common to where you're coming at. The temperatures almost reaching a pinnacle point as you hop out of the cart to investigate things, quickly getting back into the cart, the ground hot to the touch underneath your feet. And eventually you find yourself at a camp after days of travel in this environment, in this forsaken land, with some strange company. Not an orc, but the feely folk of the desert.
Oh. So at least one day has gone by? Oh, 40. Oh,
Oh. Yay. I'm no
You,
longer-
Scabbard, every night as you dream, you've been visited by Victor, bringing a gift of peaceful sleep.
Oh, thank God.
No? Thank Victor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he meant.
I mean, he is technically a god, so yeah.
Yeah? Or is he daddy to you?
So remind me again, are you a paladin or a warlock?
At this point, Bard. He's just falling into beds.
Oh yes, finally I no longer have exhaustion.
Oh, don't worry. We'll
But-
find a way to get those back
I'm
for you,
back to
buddy.
not peak, but I'm back to normal.
You find yourself after the each year does the peace offerings to the feely folk, and they seem rather hesitant of outsiders in this small camp they've set up. Not welcoming to you, all eyes watching you, blades at the close so that they can take care of things. But uneven as the welcoming is, it is a cooler place to relax and discover a few more interesting people in this culture. Their fur is a sandy brown to match the desert with spots of darker brown, and their underbelly is more of a white color, and they don't wear much because of the heat out here.
Oh, they're two-tone
Just
like
enough.
me.
Yeah. And this is where we find us right now. And you guys can move about the camp freely and talk to the people. Mongo, do a investigation for me.
By the way, since the time has passed, I switched schools again to this time chronomancy.
All right.
Throughout the time passed, I definitely would have been putting in more work on the remaking the Mad Jolt 2.0 out of the bow and wood that we have now. With what I already had before, how much more progress would I have gotten done?
None, because you spent most of that exhausted.
That's fair. I guess that's probably what I'll be working on for now then.
Investigation?
Mhm.
There we go.
24.
24. As you're finding yourself along this camp, you can see that they usually have like a central fire pit, and they unfurl their canopies in this ring around it that is made of bone and sturdy forest air desert wood. And the canopy just comes down, and it's one central canopy with various tents under it. And usually in the middle here is where they gather around and share meals while others patrol and trade stories from the day and such. And you're coming along the roundabout path of this area. And Cayenne is with you as you see that one of the Feely folk seems a little bit older, graying around the ears and the face. Has like what looks to be some sort of scroll, and they tear a piece off and toss it into the fire. You can go talk to them about what, and they have a bit more of the scrolls next to them.
If you need help keeping the fire going, my family and I have learned numerous ways to aid in the burning of shit. I'm sorry, I tried to come up with a better way to say that, but didn't happen.
They look over to you, and they're almost in the process of trying another one, and you would know from like spending just hours here that they will barter for things of value, food and water primarily. So you would probably likely to be able to barter for their fuel in exchange for something equivocal to that.
What exactly are you lighting up there?
And they look at the parchment in their hands and glance over it some. And they, Cayenne, they only speak their dialect of Feely folk, and it's a bit hard to follow, even for you, even though you've been exposed to a few different varieties. Essentially, the translation comes out to being scribings of the dead. You can do a history there.
Yeah.
Question. We encountered any desert birds while traveling?
Nope.
Okay.
11.
You examine it a little bit, and you've seen common from this area. The scripture that's used by the Hellborn and the Orcs, and much others for their contracting. This looks nothing like it, meaning it's way older.
don't suppose you'd be willing to part with this if I could give you something of equal value to you?
They move a little bit, looking you up and down some. At your stature, kind of, it's been a question among the Feely folk here.
They're probably a little taller than me.
They're much, much taller. They're tall and very lanky, and almost kind of like if you took a one of our mountain cats that live out here and mixed it with the body and build of a cheetah.
Damn.
That would be terrifying.
Dude, bobcats are gorgeous big cats, but you don't fuck with them.
Bobcats aren't that big.
Yeah, still, you won't piss one off.
You may probably thinking the mountain lions.
Yeah,
is what you're talking about. Okay, so a mountain lion with the length of a cheetah, with the build of a cheetah.
That's still terrifying.
Yeah, that's
you don't want to fuck with them.
And they just look at you and they're like, "What's your offer?" And they're looking between you, Cayenne, and Mongo. Mostly looking at you because you are kind of a strange individual compared to everybody else.
Do you like sandwiches?
What time did we arrive? I'm sorry, it was brain.
Huh?
What time did we arrive?
Late afternoon.
Late afternoon.
They look at you and they're like, they try to sound out the word, but their pronunciation of it is like almost nails on a chalkboard grading. Like, sorry.
Have I at least seen kind of what they're munching on?
Yeah, and they kind of pick up some sand in their hand.
Okay, based off of what they're kind of already munching on, I'll try to figure out what would be like really, really good to them. Or ask them, it's like, what's some of your favorite stuff to eat?
They eat a lot of fruit and a lot of just fresh meat. They don't really cook a lot of it. They just eat it, prep it and eat it.
And they're almost its rawest form.
Yeah, they don't season it at all. They don't understand what seasonings are or anything like that. The closest they get is, I have some fruit that I can put with this and eat them together.
God, if I ever lost seasoning in like, that would be just a big problem. Make almost anything better with enough seasoning.
Almost.
Okay.
Are we within an area where we could potentially hunt something?
The desert is a bounty if you can find it. You haven't really come across a place where it's rich in a lot of things to hunt.
Because I wanted to see if I could try to at least hunt something down that would at least be deemed adequate to give to Mongo.
Try to see some of the
Go do a nature, Cayenne.
Some of the fruits that they're eating.
Yeah, do a
See if it's stuff that I've seen before.
Yeah, investigation or perception, actually.
And you said we've been on the road now for 4 days?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got a 24.
Has Nikolai been able to do the repairs on the Richa Magica as necessary?
Oh, let me roll dice for you.
'Cause if not, he is still like working on it. He needs to.
Roll me 14 brains.
How many?
4.
But you said 14. It's like holy crap.
14 as well.
It's like, all right.
1 for each hour of the day. 24 times 4. The fruits that they're eating are desert fruits that they've grown themselves. That they're not obviously native to this area. They have probably traded and bartered for seeds.
23.
But
Okay.
they're eating watermelon, pineapple, things that are hardy. The most exotic thing they probably have is essentially what would be equivalent to an avocado. and they're not taking the actual meat out; they're just eating chunks out of it.
Well, chicken and pineapple have a tendency to go fairly well together.
Mm-hmm.
Before I forget, 22, 13, 14, 23.
Okay.
Nice.
You got it repaired about 40%.
Okay. Is it functional though?
Yeah, it's functional enough.
Functional enough to maintain the disguise. Okay.
Yeah.
Then yeah. After finishing up the last little bit of tweaking to hop in there, I will leave the cart and see what I'm missing.
Yeah, I'll
And you see that Cayenne has kind of wandered off.
She does that.
Yep.
Try to conjure up, try to do his thing, and make a chicken teriyaki sandwich.
All right, roll an Arcana. How many spell slots are you burning?
All of them.
You guys are staying here for the night, so. Cayenne,
Yes.
you wander out into the desert and alone by yourself. Or would you have taken somebody with you?
Alone in the desert.
I would have taken someone with me.
Okay, I mean, Jer would have volunteered himself.
Yeah.
Nikolai just got his machine together, so now would be perfect time to gallivant around in it, make sure it works. So he's available.
It would have essentially been, if anyone would like to go with me to hunt, please join me, sort of thing.
You know what?
Yeah.
Sure, I'll join with.
Okay.
Could always use practice to hone my skills since I don't have that time to do with feisty anymore.
Is it okay if I shoot things? Need to practice with these weapons?
If y'all want to join, yeah.
All right. Lead the way, mistress of the hunt.
Would this qualify as an ability check?
I believe so.
Good. Chronal shift. Forcing myself to re-roll that.
Nice. Forcing yourself to reroll. I guess.
Yes. It does
So-
specifically say I can do to either a creature I see or myself after I know the result.
Nice.
So,
I know the result.
you guys follow Cayenne out and probably take a few armaments, and
Slightly.
you guys are kind of making a little bit of noise, and she shushes you. And Cayenne, as you're standing there, you come across this thing that brings its head up and starts lumbering, turning in your direction, with what is essentially an entire cactus hanging out of its foamy maw. This thing is about the same size as a buffalo.
Huh.
And you can see these massive, long spines running along its entire body, and you can see like this big, almost what looks like a ball and chain that is dragging behind it with spikes on it, and you realize that's its tail. And you can see its face is more like a boar with these massive, gorging tusks.
That sounds imposing.
Giant desert armadillo.
And it just snorts, and saliva and snot comes out of its nose, and it just shakes its head a bit, taking that entire cactus in and chewing on it and swallowing it, and then it growls in your direction.
So it's about the size of a buffalo?
Yeah, and you
Okay.
can see those spines moving out, looking like a fan around it.
Oh, yay.
I will take aim.
Oh, before you do,
Oh, boy.
I'm actually gonna go ahead and utter a little prayer here, and
Well-
Save me,
I'm gonna
Victor!
give everyone a blessing, and let's see, we'll call upon one of the hunting gods, I suppose.
A 10? You do a... You
Second level
focus...
spells.
You focus really hard, and you close your eyes, and you open your eyes, and there's just mush dripping from between your fingies.
Aww.
Unidentifiable mush.
Ew. Ew. It's porridge.
And
Some sort.
it just smells like if you took like a really good sandwich and put it through a blender and left it on for an hour.
All right, well,
That's
that might work for a
before I
certain
gotta roll.
librarian that we know, but I don't think the elder of the cat folk would really appreciate it.
And that
And
is,
since it's just
there we go.
in my hands,
It's like,
Some of it hits the fire and just sizzles.
kind of back my feet up, bury it a little bit, and then look in my pouch for salt.
All right, you do find salt.
And offer him salt and trade.
He looks at you and he looks at the salt crystals, wondering what they are. And
Grab something that typically needs salt, food-wise, that I might have on me. Break off a little piece, hand it to him, let him eat that. Break off another piece, throw a little salt on there, and then hand that to him.
tries it hesitantly, and you can see the gears going around in this Feely folk's head. Kind of a strange perception of what they're taking part in. And before you can like say, I'll give you some of this and you give me the scrolls, he takes the whole bag of your salt and slides the scrolls over and then goes off to the other Feely folk.
Whole fucking bag?
Yeah.
Just that little bit of salt was that amazing to him, I suppose.
And now you have this pile of old scrolls there.
And I'm completely out of fucking salt.
Luckily, it's really easy to get some more, considering we're in a fucking desert. Pretty easy to.
Cayenne, this thing moves, leaving long grooves in the ground as it starts to pull at it, lining you guys up for what you identify as a charge.
By the way, everyone gets a +2 from a blessing of the
Well,
desert.
you got the scrolls you wanted.
I'm gonna snort in this thing's direction. I'm going to mimic its snort earlier.
Roll an intimidation and a performance.
Intimidation is a flat 9. Performance is an 18, though.
Nice.
You see Cayenne snort. She coughs a little bit as some sand comes out, getting caught in her throat from traveling in the desert. But then you see her kind of like trying to mimic its strange intimidation dance. And I'm pretty sure Scab's over there just giving a thumbs up.
Yeah, it's like, so this is what we're shooting? Alrighty.
But yeah, you all have Cayenne, Nikolai, and myself would have a +2 to attacks and saves for this.
Fuck here.
Oh, Jir, if he's there too, then he would have
Yeah,
it
fuck
too.
Jir.
If he's there, then he would have it too.
No, I fucked Jir. So do you start investigating the scrolls?
Yep.
You're like, fucking paid a whole bag of salt for this shit. Better not be someone's grocery list.
An ancient grocery list.
Already came across one of those.
Make my new rifle a +1 magic
Doing
weapon.
a investigation on it.
So it is handleable by Nikolai, and take aim and shoot.
Jir reaches over to your rifle and aims it down towards like its underbelly and inside. He's like, you might have better luck with its soft underside.
Armored upper body?
Head 2 armored. Okay.
Huh. Okay, good to know.
You can do a wisdom, Cayenne, based off of what you're seeing.
17.
17? You can see that these were actually not scrolls, but they were part of some book.
You have a story. In
Wisdom's a
Feely
natural
folk
20.
English. Nice.
Nice.
Hell
Have
yeah.
you-
Excellent.
You connect what Ijir is saying, and you realize that the outer skin of this thing is essentially probably tougher than a rhino. That it's belly and its underside and its inner mouth, if it opens it, are probably the easiest targets. And you would be able to advise the two short people of the group to basically stand in the path of it and stab it or shoot it as it goes over them.
That big? Whew, that's gonna be scary.
Well, it's as big as basically a bison, so
Yeah.
it's larger than Cayenne.
Yeah, can't you walk through
So
people's
it would
space
literally,
anyway?
Yeah,
it
But
would
that's
literally
big.
go right over you and Scav.
yeah. More than likely, yeah. Just make sure
do
not to
that
get
with
stepped
the
on.
Pointy thing up.
Yeah.
And just
Nikolai, I have an
let it go.
idea.
That's metagaming. She can give you the information.
Oh no, this is something entirely different from
Well,
that.
she hasn't shared it yet.
That's fair.
Well, Jared just told me to shoot at its belly.
Well,
so
he
yeah.
just told you to aim down. Cayenne put 2 and 2 together.
Oh, yeah.
So the upper half of this creature is hard like a rhino, harder than a rhino. So go for the mouth when it's open and go for its stomach.
Nikolai, I have an idea.
Huh.
And
What are you doing with the pages?
Quick.
get behind me, and I'll take my shield and
Start
plant it
reading.
into the ground. Set
Use,
your rifle against this
comprehend
and
on
use
it?
it to steady it.
If it's a language I don't understand, yeah, I probably would.
It's like
It might give you a
you
little
can't
bit
recognize
more
the common
precision.
or whatever language
Man,
this is.
this is the first time I fired it. I need to like understand how the weapon works first before I start changing the way to use it.
All right.
Yeah, start the ritual.
I'll take it from afar. You get up underneath its belly.
And this thing just starts charging.
Mm,
Yeah, dances now with the thing. Hopefully they don't. This is a bad idea.
I'm gonna try to send a shot down its gullet when it like roars or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it'll be 2 shots because it's gonna be a repeating shot too.
Yeah. What are you gonna do, Cayenne? This thing is charging right at you and Jeer.
Cayenne is going to get ready to dodge when it gets close enough, but try to use her glaive to go for at least like a leg.
Go ahead and roll an attack. And Jeer is gonna take the other side as it gets closer. You finish the ritual and you start looking at this document, and you realize that the parchment is old. This is as old as the temple you found, and that this is parchment of essentially a civilization that was here before the orcs.
Any clue on who it might have been?
You'll have to look further into it. Yeah, investigation.
Well,
12? Okay. I'm just waiting for attack numbers.
I can shoot this fucker 4
I got a
times in one
9
shot.
to hit this
Do
thing.
it. You know what?
is that a sniper rifle?
I
Easy.
think
It's a sniper
Extra
rifle.
attack and repeating shot. I can attack twice.
You just got the thing. How the fuck are you racking it that fast?
I mean, he's not. It's not like he's not an 8th level artificer.
let's see if this helps. Actually, I'm gonna stare at it intently and attempt to disorient it with a mind sliver. See if it helps.
Go for it.
Make a. It needs to make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay, hold on. So your plan of attack is confuse the shit out of it. Great, he's weaponizing his aura. How is that not metagaming? You can do what your character can do.
So, this thing.
Oh, DC 14.
Oh, it beat that by 4.
Oh well.
This thing charges forward at you guys as you prepare your attacks. And you see Scav do something, Cayenne, and it instantly throws off your plan as you bring your glaive out. Where it would have made purchase on the creature, it's bounced away off of its armor as it redirects itself a little bit, stomping to turn towards Scav, and then it just looks over at you and snorts and comes straight at you. And Jira moves and manages to get this thing stabbed, but it yanks his sword away from him as it charges Scabbard. Oh dear.
Why do you say
the DM's grabbing
dear?
for more dice? That's always great. You attempted to confuse the damn thing, and instead you insulted their mother.
Did it just roll a crit against me?
Recognizing his aura is better than calling it a Jedi mind trick. Spicy over here. And this thing, you duck down, Cayenne, as its massive tail goes over the top of you. And it comes around, and you're like trying to focus, Gav. And you feel the crack in the side of your ribs as the spine goes between ribs, pushing away, ripping that meat between them.
Oh, question.
Oh, damn.
What exactly did it? Fuck. Because I know there's a thing I can do if something crits against me.
Well, you should have known that.
I don't know if it did or not. That's the thing.
Oh, if it did crit? Okay,
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
What does your ability do? He's like, I can do something, but I don't know where it's at on my character sheet.
In fairness, when you don't get to use all your abilities all the time, sometimes you forget. Like I forgot about this attack that I'm going to do as well. But I remember seeing it earlier. Branding smite, pretty cool.
Anyway,
We are going to attempt to attack this.
counterattack it.
Yes. With my shield and see if I can't counterattack this.
The thing is that you got to like match the attack roll, and it basically nullifies the attack.
It's a specialty trained feat that was made for Scav. So, yeah.
Oh, you got to beat a natural 20.
Hey, he might be able to match that.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
A modified 20.
So this thing hits you in the side before you can get your shield there and sends you tumbling, and you travel 40 feet.
Oh my god.
It's like,
No, just it's not 40 feet up. It is along the sand.
oh no. We basically got Krillin. We got Krillin.
And you see this happen, Cayenne, as this thing just snorts.
You have died more than anybody else, so you also don't have any hair. We can draw a couple of dots on Scav's head.
You got 10 seconds to track that statement.
19 points of damage.
Whew. Could have been way worse.
That still hurt.
As you come to a stop, Scav, you're laying there on the burning hot sand, and you take in a breath, and you can feel your collapsed lung.
Sit up. Get up.
What was your attack?
You didn't tell me to make my attack yet.
I told everybody to make
Oh,
it.
I thought you were just talking to Jezzy. Okay.
No.
All right. First attack would be. That's a big number. Holy fuck. Where's the damn weapon again? Rifle. Okay. +5, +5, +10. 26.
That would hit.
Second attack. 27. Third attack. It's only 15. Fourth
Spike-
attack.
Spiny Buffalo.
27.
Spiny Buffalo feels something and looks at Scav, and in my head I hear, "You want some fuck?"
The fourth attack was another 27. So how many hit? 3. Okay.
I don't understand these numbers.
Holy crap!
Cayenne,
I like
you
this
can do
weapon.
another attack. I don't think I gave you the card for the weapon yet.
Huh?
I don't think I gave you the card for the weapon.
You just told me it was. You told me it's automatic rifle.
It's not automatic. It's
The sniper.
it's a bolt action.
Okay. So, do I use 2d8 or not?
It would just be 2d8,
Okay.
and you would be limited by how many attacks you can make in a turn.
Okay.
Because your bonus action would be
8,
basically reloading it.
10,
Well, didn't you use like the magic thing that just makes it so that way it doesn't
10,
have to?
14,
Basically, this
16,
gun is a howitzer to
26.
Nikolai.
6, and 12 plus 4 is 40.
Another attack with my halberd is 10 to hit.
And using branding smite, it does an extra 2d6 points of radiant damage, and I can use it as a bonus action. So it's just 2d6. Okay. 48.
Yeah, Nikolai blows
Oh.
a.
48 plus 4, 52, because it's a +1 magic weapon.
So you see Nikolai blow a hole into this thing, echoing in your ears loudly, Cayenne.
Holy fuck.
It causes this thing to pause for a moment, and you just bring your glaive around and stab it into one of the now open wounds from Nikolai. You can roll your attack damage.
Holy
Oh, that
fuck.
was unpleasant. Okay.
Damn.
9.
Don't
Do
forget
9
to add
points of
that
damage
plus
to it.
2.
Then that would be 11.
All right, 54 then.
Oh, I get more dice.
Jesus Christ.
You see this thing just.
What's the recoil effect on?
I don't know.
Like every shot, he just blows back like 10 feet.
Did he just break his back from that?
So this thing just yells at pain, and you move away quickly with jeer as those spines go out, and you're like, I love this
It's
thing.
like, holy crap.
And you see this thing rear around. And Nikolai, as you start to like become aware of the situation, you see this thing had moved, leaving a arch of blood from the shots as it brings its tail straight down on top of the reach-a-majig.
Oh, fuck.
So it was 40% to 4%.
Oof. That's 14 points of damage.
Holy fuck.
And then you hear it let out a snarl as it makes its second attack
Oh, fuck.
and brings that thing down once again on the reach-a-majig.
Oh, fuck.
And you see this happen, Cayenne.
You know what I'm imagining
Oh
right
boy.
now? So you remember Godzilla -1?
Yeah.
Where he just gets onto land just right at that air base, that first one where he just kind of stomps and just tail
Yeah,
stamps
yeah,
everything.
yeah.
That.
Yeah.
Let's
That is what I'm basically seeing what's going on.
34 points of damage on that one.
Holy fuck.
That's over half, right?
Yeah, I'm at 8 of 56.
You see Nikolai get out of the reach-a-majig as it is instantly cratered into the ground from this thing in rage.
Like that part in Iron Man where
I think Cayenne is
blasted
going
off in the
to
first one and then
use her mask. Or just wild shape.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, we're
And
gonna
as you're laying there, scoured a piece of the reach-a-majig bounced off the back of your head.
probably hear that little think against his helmet. We're gonna go ahead and lay on hands right now because how that hurt. We're gonna use 10, just like repair what's damaged.
So does Nikolai take that damage, or does the Reach-a-Majig take the damage?
oh yeah.
Well, let's see how much crosses over. You're using the mask of... You're wild shaping. What are you wild shaping into?
Whatever makes the most sense that is going to be almost even with this thing.
Probably turning into the thing itself.
You can turn
Yeah.
into this thing. You can turn into a bullet. You
I
can
mean, you
turn
already
into
know
a...
what some of its insides look like now, so you should be able to turn into it now.
The
Something
bullet.
Something
Yeah,
that can attack from beneath would probably be the best.
48% of that damage went to the Reach-a-majig.
instead of me.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can see that the Reach-a-majig is now in a crater and in many pieces. But at least most of the damage didn't hit you.
So what, 16 and 32 would be 48, right? Yeah, 48. Yeah. So do we round it? Do you actually need the math or just do 50%?
Just do 50%.
Okay, so yeah, 48, 24. So add 24 back. Okay.
So
That's
you're turning into a replica of this thing, or the bullet.
I'm gonna do the bullet because I just thought what would be great with that.
Oh, or is it actually said boulet?
Boulet.
Oh, basically a bully.
I could just. Do you want some boulet and crackers?
You know, I'm just thinking, if we actually thought ahead on that fight, we could have coated the damn thing in sugar, and our tendency to light shit on fire, we got a creme brulee the brulee.
Creme brulee the brulee. Holy fuck.
Yep, I'm gonna be a boulet.
Yeah, you can bring up its stat block if you want, and go from there.
I've got it right now.
Could be that kind of night.
Is it still mad at Nikolai?
Fair play. Pretty sure you guys are kind of curious about certain numbers.
Yeah.
Well, right now I'm just wondering if we're going to start the next episode with nobody but Nikolai. But at least you have an advantage if that happens. You know how much the dice matter.
You know what sucks is at the moment I can't use my bow.
Or go long distance running, or
No,
breathe unaided.
So you see this thing come around once more,
Oh, fuck.
and you see it bring around the tail for another swipe. And before it makes purchase, you see Jir take the full brunt of the hit
Oh, shit.
for 48 points of damage.
That would have killed Nikolai, or zeroed him out.
Yeah, you can hear a lot of things crunch inside of Jir as he takes this hit, going down to the ground.
Fuck.
Cayenne, you can do something.
I was able to wild shape into the boulet, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I am going to, as this thing, I'm going to burrow, which there's not really like anything to roll for that. It's just
Nope,
basically,
you can just burrow.
yeah, it's a burrowing speed of 40 feet.
Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna, I want to burrow to where I'd be close underneath this thing to try to attack underneath where its stomach is.
Oh, you would have advantage on attacking this thing from below.
Suddenly pop up out of the sun.
That large beak of the boulet just crunch. There goes all the innards.
Really sharpened, like, frontal face, too, actually. Probably just, like, spear straight through it. How far away is Jir?
Let's go fucking full tremors on the damn thing.
You were knocked away 40 feet.
Okay, I guess I'm using my full movement and action to get to Jir. And I'm gonna bonus action Prayer of Healing.
Cayenne gonna go tremors on this beast.
Yup.
I
Thank
cannot
you.
bonus action Prayer of Healing, but I will bonus action Lay on Hands for him. And I'll
Go
just
for it, Cayenne.
expend the rest of my my Lay on Hands for Jir. Just be like, come on, get up.
Would
And now Nikolai's like, shit, Tyr just took a hit for me.
Wait,
Yeah.
actually, I can't do that because it's a full action. So I
Uh.
will just go ahead and be like, hey, bonus action, give him a potion.
Yeah, potions are always bonus action. Yeah.
Alright. Tyr looks at the potion and takes the bottle, opens the bottle, and drinks it down.
Come on, we need to get out of here. And
so DM's choice on this, because would it be bite for the attack or would it be deadly leap? Since I'd be coming up from below.
Probably be the deadly leap.
Okay,
'Cause that
then
thing has
you
no idea where we're at.
choose. You choose a strength or dexterity saving throw. You have to pass either one of those. But it's your choice.
It doesn't matter. I rolled a 1.
Nice.
Okay.
Now,
So-
roll
Okay.
a natural 20. That way it takes like 4 times as much damage.
I mean, yeah. It's already taking double damage
Well-
from not being aware.
I got 2 rolls I gotta make. I just needed to know what your DC was.
Yeah, that's a
Um,
1, so double whatever damage you come up with.
Gee, what? So basically, you got knocked prone and you take. Wait, I'm very confused at this. It says take 14 3d6 plus 4.
Oh,
The-
the first one is a flat number, or you can roll it.
That first number, that 14,
Okay.
is just like the average, basically.
Okay. Okay. So d6.
And meanwhile, Mongo's over here like, oh, these are interesting scrolls. Wonder what everyone else is up to. With scrolls.
So you take. You are prone and take 14 bludgeoning damage
Ow.
plus. $14 slashing.
Is that all doubled?
It just says basically you must succeed on the saving throw or be knocked prone and take 3d6 plus 4 bludgeoning plus 3d6 plus 4 slashing.
Yeah, you get to double it because she failed with a critical failure on the save.
So you did 56 points of damage total.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, as you're
over 100 points of damage at this point.
as you're standing there, you're ready to get into combat. This Cayenne just comes up as a bullet and just carves this thing in half like Jaws, and probably does a little happy dog dance as a bullet.
It's
Little sloppy.
probably like that video to where you just see a dog with their mouth wide open, tongue lolled out, and they're just kind of hopping, running in a circle.
And you're just seeing this spectacle of a sight, like
like carefully approach so I don't accidentally get trampled. But like, just give her like a little pat, like nice work. That was awesome.
Cheer needs a nap. Let's go on.
Oh.
Scabbard, go back to camp and get Sally.
Agreed.
It'll just pull ass.
Here,
Yeah,
why don't you come along, Jir? I can patch you up along the way.
And I will not leave Eggs alone.
That's
I
fair.
think Cayenne is going to stay in this form just so they can move like the meat. Cause that'll be so much easier to like carry.
Yeah.
Mm.
Eventually, Scabbard does return with Sally. You can instantly feel it as in your Olay form, as the little tremors that she's creating from her steps.
I do hope that someone would warn her before she shows up and just sees me.
Scabbard definitely would have. I definitely would have mentioned.
That would be
to
a
her.
very bad day for Cayenne.
Because I can't exactly just stand up and be like, whoa, 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 no, 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 no.
But yeah,
Yeah.
definitely would have let Sally
It's a
know.
reaction to drop it, isn't it?
Yeah, but she's just gonna help
Yeah,
with the meat,
yeah, yeah.
carry it.
Yeah.
And one of the things that's stuck in your heads from this trip is that Sally basically grabbed someone's upper body and lower half and just detached them and just slurped up the insides.
Juggernaut of the motherfucker.
Basically, crab-tailed them and just ate the insides.
While we're waiting for Scab to come out, is Jir kind of just resting right now?
Yeah, he's.
I'll sit next to him. Dude, thanks.
Yeah, it's my job.
Look, I can give you a potion. You want one? You need more health?
I have a lot of pieces in me that shouldn't be moving right now.
You can't. I can try to patch you up, like technically, like medicine, basically, like reset something. Try.
We'll go back and. Oh, these old bones have. Your mangoes are there. Roll another
Been reading
whiskey.
because,
Yeah.
like, even though somebody went back to where he was, didn't bother to say, "Hey, Mongo, come help."
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Mongo's worthless to Scab anyway.
Oh, the fucking salt.
Notice how we did.
It's the sweetie cat.
Oh my god, I love that mental image. If Nikolai gets the gun to work outside of his reach-a-majig, I see him flying like Isabel using a shotgun from the Isabel from Doom.
Oh, is Nikolai our own little squirrel with a gun? Because I got to be honest, dude. Nikolai with any sort of firearm really kind of reminds me of that bit from Three Amigos with Martin Short, where he picks up the 6-shooter, shoots it, and then hits the wall.
I haven't seen that movie in a dog's age.
Yeah, easily a dog's age. Yeah.
So, what'd you get?
What was it? Investigation? 17.
The documents aren't as significant as you were kind of possibly hoping, but they are of a trader that was working in this region. Basically, that it outlines that there was a full bustling civilization here that eventually the orcs came in and turned everybody into food or slaves or playthings.
Go back to the old timer.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you find this?
They stand up and they kind of smell the air a little bit, and they point off in the direction where the sun basically comes up. Is that way half sun travel?
Do you know if there are any more like these?
They just kind of shrug a little bit.
Was that about where we kind of came from?
No,
or-
you came from. So essentially, that way is where they want you to go. This way is where you came from.
Okay. I will remember that. And that
Oh
way,
my
when
God.
Gier returns, I can tell and see if he knows about what might be over there.
And as you're intent on speaking about this, there's a loud thump as the fire is disturbed a bit. You can feel some sand fall from above as something large is dropped on the ground. And then another thump of the same cacophony of sound.
Turn and look at the thumping.
And you can just see all the blood running down Sally's shoulder from her having that on her shoulder. And you can see that there's another large piece that's outside the camp, and you can see another bullet out there.
Probably see Nikolai and Scab and Jier.
Jier comes in immediately, sits down, looking really rough around the edges.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Yeah, Jier's insides are like a coin bag right now. Too many pieces moving around.
May I try to help with that?
If you can stop the throbbing in Jier's head, that would be fine too.
Healing word.
I'm not really wanting the knocking of death at my head right now. Do you come back in, Cayenne? Drop the wild shape and come back in? You come back in and you realize you're saturated in blood.
Third level.
If I am, I am. Oh, it's been a while.
That was
Giving him 12 points.
that was quite a little bit of a hunt.
I didn't expect to find something that
Big?
imposing. Yeah.
Hard?
It might be kind of an obvious question, but to not all of us present, the fuck?
Cayenne wanted to go hunting, and well, we went along. We didn't want to disturb you because it looked like you were doing something important. And well,
I thought you were in the middle of you were going to try to conjure something for the trade, so I was gonna go try to do a small quick hunt while you were doing that,
Yeah,
just in case.
That gun I got from that orc, I now know why it hurts so much.
The Feely folk kind of wonder about the meat and Cheers like, oh, you want me to handle that it's for everyone?
perhaps I could be of some assistance there.
I mean, if you're feeling up to it. But
Gear
if you
starts to
want to
stand up.
rest, by all means.
Please rest.
Here,
He starts to stand up and he sits back down. It's kind of weird that with the carcass that was brought in, you look over Mungo, you don't see any insides at all, and then you look over at Sally and you're like, oh, I should probably eat them all.
Jir, here, hold still, and place a hand on his shoulder, and I'm gonna expend all of my lay on hands for him to patch him up, heal him up, and fix
Cheers
everything.
had a rough week.
Yeah, yes. I can understand if he doesn't really like us very much because
And
we keep
And
getting
if-
him hurt.
if Jir partakes, I think Cayenne would probably make him a very strong medicinal tea.
Oh, he'd probably love that at this point.
Yeah, I'm
He's
gonna make
only
him a
60
very
years old.
sleepy time tea. Very sleepy time tea.
I'm gonna use my training from my prior times hunting and such to go ahead and start cleaning up and sectioning this big beast.
Do you help Cayenne, or do you work for on a drink with Jir first?
I'm gonna work on Jir first. It won't take too long to make the tea.
I'll
Yeah,
try
go
to
ahead
help
for
in
it.
whatever way
Nature.
I can.
Yeah, you're looking at the scabbard, and you had the lovely visage of basically Sally just eating the insides on the way back. Like,
Well, at least it's gonna make cutting it up easier. I can just go inside and cut it out from the armor.
I'm just gonna Drax the shit out of it. Fair enough.
That's
So-
exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna go into it.
Is
and
the
start
Reach of
cutting it up
Magicka
from the inside.
non-operational again?
I hope you like jigsaw puzzles. Yeah, some of the pieces are completely curved from the impact of the tail.
Mm-hmm.
Other pieces are snapped.
Well, I need to know if it's operational for disguise purposes.
Nope.
Was it did you say nature or did you say medicine for the tea?
You can do medicine or nature. Survival for you.
Alrighty.
That's a 21.
With the roaring fire plus your special pouch of giggles and your other herbs, you're able to make a tea pretty quickly.
23.
Casting invisibility on myself and going into the shop, dragging the Reach of Magicka with it, with me to fix it. again.
You drag it into the cart to work on it, and you're just leaving a trail of pieces behind you.
Yeah, I'll send if my homunculus is functional enough to go pick up the pieces, or big enough I'll tell it to pick up those pieces. If something's too big, I will just stop and pick it up.
Oh my god.
Just,
I can see that happening. You guys come across a roaming band of enemies. You're like, we have a Sally.
Nice.
oh my god.
Oh, I also do want to know, if possible, to harvest any of the spines, perhaps its tail, or anything that might be useful.
I would assume per the agreements that all the bones would go to the Feely folk.
Hell, it's a big enough animal. They can have some of the meat for sure.
Yeah, the idea was to have a large feast, is what I'm guessing from Cayenne. Hunting.
I
this
do have the foodie
monster.
food bag of holding, so we can store that stuff for a long
So,
Yeah.
biggest thing is the eyes. Those are being given to Osling.
Cayenne gives. You can give the tea to Jer as he's sitting there, and he's like, "Oh, I haven't seen one of those in a while. We'll normally avoid those."
What are those called?
Oh, I actually have a note for this because I created a whole new section in the campaign settings for plants and animals you guys come across.
Probably not a bad idea.
They're referred to as an Othelin. Rather temperamental critters.
I gathered that.
If that's a
I
little one.
hate we had to put down such a beast, but it's definitely for the better because it did make the threat first, and it did charge.
There's the spelling of it.
Something that big and dangerous this close to the camp could have been pretty bad.
It wouldn't have come anywhere near the camp. It follows the wind, and it finds cactuses that way.
It was a very lovely beast, though.
Define lovely. I
Yeah.
got sent
All
across the ground.
all beings of nature, no matter where we are lovely.
Okay, that's fair.
And
That's
Jer
fair.
reaches out and pats you on the shoulder. Even you two, Scav, are lovable.
How are you feeling? A little better?
Oh, this tea is wonderful.
Go head over
The tea
to,
is the tea is basically giggly rose chamomile.
Oh man, Jer is gonna be high and have the munchies for some of this critter.
head over to Mongo. What you got there?
I sort of tried to make the fella who had the reading material a sandwich. That didn't work. I may have introduced them to salt. By the way, I'm out of salt.
Nah, it's fine. We can always get some more. It's not like it's everywhere.
Cayenne could easily get you more.
Destroy water will actually, one of the options is you can turn it into sand or salt. I think, if I remember correctly. From the crate
So-
and destroy water. Let's find out. Spells right there.
Jer does a little bit of conversing with the Feely folk, and they start helping with the preparations. And Cayenne, go ahead and roll a survival to collect the eyeballs in a jar.
That must have been an old version. I remember
That was a 23.
the
Yeah, you're
effect of
able to
destroy water
pop them
could
out
be it
pretty
turns it
easily.
into
Put them
sand
into a jar
or
of
salt.
fluid to keep them.
Or that may have been the homebrew
Yeah.
rule of
Might be the
another
legacy version
another
of the
DM.
spell.
Huh?
The legacy version of the spell.
As the meat is prepared and the head is removed, there is no cleaning done to the head by the Feely folk. It is saved, and you can see the sacred elder, essentially, with a little bit of assistance from a younger Feely folk that here. He's not a full elder; he's just a hunt elder, essentially. So you haven't even been to their actual home to meet their true elder. But they speak in their native tongue, dancing around the fire with the head almost ritualistically.
Observe
You
this.
can do, huh?
Observing this.
You can do a religion if you want. Cayenne, you could do a religion.
Oh
the
boy.
human folk, I would offer my assistance. I don't know if it's something that they'd want or not,
Wow.
but I would try to help.
Play your drum and beat with
25.
the flutes. Would you, a 1?
She's a young god.
Cayenne, as you sit down to enjoy the show, you get nice and cozy. And Scabbard, with your knowledge of deities and such, you watch and observe them, and this is obviously some sort of tribal ritual, and you can assume that they do it with each of their kills as a sign of respect. But you would have to inquire as to what it means. You can't make assumptions because it is a different culture that you haven't encountered.
I won't interrupt until
21
they're
on
done.
performance. To
You do get in rather easy and start playing along with them. Cayenne, as you're sitting there, enjoying the music and relaxing a little bit, you actually bring your hand down right on top of one of the hot pieces of wood.
Oh, fun.
And then
Hmm.
I'm assuming you pull your hand away and look at it like, ow.
Yep. Yep. I'm doing like this.
Okay.
I must be high from the hunt. Okay.
Indira reaches out and takes your hand and uses his beak to break some sort of foliage you've never seen in half, and he starts putting this weird stuff on your hand, and it just instantly soothes the pain.
Hello.
Essentially, it's a desert aloe from this region.
Cute cheer.
But I need you to make a constitution.
Oh boy.
Yeah, something you notice where you guys are sitting, even though that she is a part of the group, Sally is just sitting away on her own. And that's how she often is.
So that's how my dice are tonight. I got a natural 20.
You can start, as he puts this on your hand and coating the injury, the pain subsides. However, as you watch the dance happen, you kind of shake off the hallucinatory effects of it, of the distortions and trippiness starting to happen. You shake it off, you're like, oh no, we're not doing that right now.
So this is a hallucinogenic aloe.
Yes.
Nice.
Lucia.
Hey, why don't we try to go and get Sally to join us? She looks kind of lonely over there.
Was
And
Nikolai
Nikolai's
able
like-
to get all his parts?
Do an investigation. You hear this, Cayenne, from Scabbard about Sally.
Modified 20.
You go through and you count all the pieces, you're missing one.
What is it? What is it? There's one thing missing. I know what it is.
It's the flip gear to allow the changing. So one piece that hits Gavin back the head that he never brought back.
We could go talk to her.
The shrink-a-dink thing?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I, in a panic, call Ace.
Ace comes into the cart. He thinks you're in danger, and you guys suddenly hear the creaky noise as Ace pulls the door off the hinges.
Fair. I was panicking. I'm physically okay, buddy.
He sets the door down next to the wagon.
I need you to go back out with me to the hunt scene to help me find the shrink-a-dink. Please?
You know, I do have to say, That's the longest we've ever kept a cart intact.
4 days.
Hey, you know what? The damn thing's still standing. Assuming you can fix a door.
So, you guys go to approach Sally as she checks over her gear, making sure that it's in working order.
Before we do, there is something I would like to give Nikolai that might help a lot.
Hmm.
Here, Nikolai. This may help you. And I hand you the compass of true path. And that'll allow you to find the exact location of the object that you are familiar with.
Dude.
Oh no!
Make sure you get that back to me, please.
You're never getting that back.
I don't care if you like study it or anything, just don't break it.
I hop on and just hug his neck.
Give him a hug back.
Look, it's another item that Nikolai is having an orgasm over.
I could just, it just like points me in the direction where it's at.
Not exactly. The way it works is that it allows you to find the shortest, most direct physical route to a specific fixed location of the thing that you are familiar with on the same plane of existence. If you name a destination or another plane of existence or a destination that moves, such as a mobile fortress or anything like that, it will not work as intended. It'll give you the general area, but because it moves, you won't know. And
So-
it doesn't exactly give you the safest way. It just gives you the most direct way. But it
So
tells
that
you
most direct way is over a fucking cliff or across an ocean.
you're gonna have to find a way to cross it. But it will lead you to exactly what it is you're looking for.
So go to the hunt site and then use it.
You technically could use it right now and point you where you need to go. It lasts a good long while.
Okay. Shrinkadink. You just name it, right? Find me my Shrinkadink. Is there activation words?
I just open the compass and focus on what I'm trying to find.
I will
And-
focus on what I'm trying to find. And see what it does. Try to find the device.
Yep.
And then
Head
I'll
off
go
with
with the
these.
rest of them.
I feel someone should go with him.
He's not even thinking about that right now.
Oh, I
so
know.
yeah.
So, you guys head over to Sally, and that's what she's doing. She's taking care of her gear, the upkeep on it, cleaning the blood off.
Hey, Sally.
She moves and looks down at you,
Do I go
Scav.
with Nikolai or go with them to Sally?
Huh?
Just trying to think what Mongo would do right now because, like, him and Ace are just falling off. And it's like, somebody should.
Well, he knows where I'm going. I told him.
You could also follow the trail of blood.
That too.
You can also keep in contact with him using message. So
That has a limited range.
I will focus, since Ace is carrying me to maintain disguise, I will focus through my mantis tool ahead wherever the compass is pointing us. See if I pick it up before we get there.
Yep.
Ace, do you think you guys are going to be okay? Do you want some help?
Ace pauses at the tent door.
How far away was it?
about how far away was it?
A while.
Why don't you join us, Sally?
Okay, so that's Scab doesn't get
No. Here's what I'm doing. I'm thinking have her come with us so we could talk with her while we help Nikolai.
Shit. You can see Sally just sitting there like with this expression of why.
Well, why not?
She doesn't say it.
Oh,
She just has that expression that Cayenne could tell very much of like,
I'm not anywhere near where Scav is because I was still at the fire with Jeer.
yeah,
But I can see her expression from where I'm at.
I mean, she's not hard to miss.
fuck it, I'm going with Nikolai.
Why don't you go join the others at the camp?
She looks at you. Purpose?
Well, camaraderie more than anything else. Jir could definitely use the support of a friend.
And she goes back to cleaning the armor.
All right. I'll follow behind this one to go along with them.
You can hear the awkward sounds of Scabbard in his armor. No stealth at all behind you.
Hang on. I'm catching up.
And your insides hurt from the injuries that you sustained.
I used lay on hands to help fix that up. Doesn't do a whole lot, but it does help a lot.
Yeah, but it's not restoration.
Yeah. Collapsed lung, broken ribs, torn meat.
The shit's gonna hurt, man.
I don't think I have. Actually, I do have lesser restoration. I'll go ahead and use that then.
I'm burning it on myself because I have an owie owie.
Yeah, we're gonna do that.
Collapse lung's a bit more than an owie.
Restore myself a bit.
Yeah. I know we've only been on the air for a short time, but we are going to go ahead and take our 30-minute break.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's the regular time to take a break,
Yeah.
anyways.
Get some food in us because I am very hungry.
It's usually a good reason to stop for food.
Yep, we will be back in 30 minutes.
My boss needs to stop talking.
Ba-ba-ba-ba. Mick playing it. So, getting back to this, you head off with the few family members in tow to essentially find the piece using the compass.
Yeah, Nikolai was just heading straight out. So if someone's following him, he's not aware.
And you guys are able to follow him, and you eventually get to where the piece is. It doesn't take very long. And you can see it's right where Scabbard had landed, and it had hit him, and he had just left it there.
I didn't even know what it was, so.
And then you hear pitter-patters behind you as Mongo gets there, and then behind him you hear the familiar sounds of Scabbard.
Okay. Pick it up.
Find what you need, brother?
Yes.
Good, good.
It was right where you landed, man.
Oh. That must have been whatever hit my head. I figured it was like a rock or something. It's kind of caught up in the moment, you know.
As Ace walks past Scabbard, you see him do something that gives you a little bit of internal glee. He just brings his hand up and gut punches you out of nowhere, Scabbard.
Oh.
And you can feel your feet leave the ground a little bit as the air is knocked out of you.
Okay, now the question is would he throw up from this? He's not expecting it. No, we're not.
And you just see that happen as he walks with Nikolai back. Do you give the compass back?
Maybe.
Let's say you can study it. So
Okay.
just make sure I get
But
it back eventually.
A little bit of happiness for Mongo as Ace did that. You do feel like, oh God. He did pull the punch, so he didn't hurt you. But God, did you feel it?
I'm gonna follow them back. Probably shouldn't linger too long. Remember what Jir said, the desert's dangerous at night.
Just kind of why I thought we should, not just wander off alone.
Hey, Ace with me.
Ace grabs you around the shoulder and gives you a hug.
I know anything that came across, you probably knocked the shit out of it.
And I told Scav I was going back to the.
So he grabs your arm and he bends it a little bit. Then he flexes, feels your muscle.
Yes. Thank you for pointing out, everybody else that I don't have a lot of that. My talents lie elsewhere. You have a great amount of it.
He flexes.
Yes,
it's like Armstrong flexing.
The whole swagger and everything. Awesome. Ace is so cool.
Okay, I will try to magic up something to.
That's a natural 20 on his performance for
He doesn't
flexing.
need my help. Never mind. Doesn't need my help.
You're just in awe at this, Scabbard, as you turn around.
I'm following behind.
Mostly based on true stories. I'm somewhat primitive. Oh, fuck.
I want to watch that movie so bad.
So,
I'm going to go fix this thing now.
so you guys eventually get back to camp, and Diane, you're feeling not the full effect of it, but ooh, it has enhanced the details of the campfire.
I think Cayenne has probably joined, like, in her own way of dancing while sitting.
Chair dancing. All right.
Chair dancing, yes. And Jir looks to you guys as you're together, except for you, Nikolai.
Yeah, I'm invisible.
Yeah, you're not there because you don't want to be a part of the social interactions.
On the way back,
I have
definitely,
a machine to fix that I have to maintain the disguise with.
try and get Sally to follow us. Like, hey, come on, Grumpy, you join
She
us.
just watches you walk away and then sits there still.
Did you say that
I tried.
out loud?
What? Is it going to go fix the machine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got an idea.
Well,
Inside.
yeah. Tell me on why I start work or on the way.
Because that thing seems to be getting busted on the regular. Unfortunately.
But it's not getting completely destroyed anymore.
You just see all the pieces.
It's not completely destroyed.
Yeah, you're able to put your paw on it and just like
It's not
coins
complete-
and all
I
the
have
pieces fall.
all the parts. What's not magical, I can just magically fix. And what is magical, once a day, I can just fix it. As long as I got all the parts.
Ace looks over at you and says,
Yeah. Apparently totally destroyed and not completely are different definitions.
There is a huge difference. Everything's here. Yeah. It's all here.
Yep. Your disguise is working great.
I just won't get smashed by a giant monster again. I won't make so many shots and just keep moving like that asshole was, I think. Pretty sure. So I couldn't get a beat on him.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say is I know a spell that I might be able to teach you, and that way when it is not completely destroyed, just 99.999999999% destroyed.
It's all here now.
In how many pieces?
A lot.
yeah, you don't see what, like, you know what this thing looked like before. This is nothing. This isn't even a shadow of what it looked like.
But you know how there's a thing covering font so that way people can't see all the...
Oh yeah, you mentioned that.
Yeah. I might be able to teach you something way less involved, but it can basically just make you look like what all these pieces are supposed to make you look like.
That would be useful.
Because he's
How
just
come
like,
you haven't shared this with me?
ding, ding, ding. All the pieces are just.
Oh,
Usually your gizmo is working or we're in an area where you don't need to rely on a disguise.
Fair. Why are you so secretive?
It's not a secret. I literally just told you my
Well, it's not
idea.
now.
I came up with the idea 2 seconds ago and immediately told you.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Ace
I thought you
sign-
thought about this the whole time.
So Ace signs behind Nikolai. You're a cat.
So everybody keeps saying that like it's a bad thing.
Huh. Well, you have a copy of the codex, right? Okay.
Try to start translating disguise self so that way you can learn it.
Yeah, get it.
You guys can head out to join the others while you're working on translating with each other.
Yeah.
And
Well, I'm going to work on fixing the machine while he works on
let
transcribing.
so you so the so joining the others, you see Jer, he explains something to you guys of what's going on at this point of the evening as it encroaches on the camp. The temperature's coming down except for around the campfire. And so this is an important part of our exchange. You are, yes, rather scrambled eggs at this point. They've been dropped one too many times. A little gooey on the outside.
Yeah, that's
So-
a fair assessment.
This is an important part of them accepting us to stay here. We have to make an offering to the fire in respects of someone that we've lost.
In respects of who?
Someone that you lost.
Someone that I've lost? Like we've lost?
Someone that is personal to you that you have lost. You have to make an
Oh.
offering.
Oh. Okay. Huh.
And Jer reaches in his pack and he pulls out this beautiful, like, pearlescent feather. And he walks to the fire and he says something in his native language and he lets the feather fall into the fire.
Okay. Look at him, I presume, as he comes back and just clarify matters, saying that's all?
Yeah, you don't share it or you can declare it to everybody.
Ah, okay.
But it has to be personal to you and mean something to you.
Okay. I will think on that one. I got a couple ideas.
This is a head scratcher for Cayenne.
Kind of a head scratcher for all of us because the ones that we lost have come back.
There's one that hasn't.
There's one that hasn't. Yep. Two.
Mongo's gonna look around for a feather.
Adrian, correct? Yes.
There's also there's some that you forgot about. Those that were killed off the shores of Casio.
Off the what?
Remember those that were killed off the shore of Casio?
That's right.
Bunny and
Not Sunny.
not Sun. What was the name? The little kobold.
You're trying to kill the cat.
You're talking about Charlie,
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 yes.
but we also don't know if they're actually gone.
That is true.
That was never clarified.
That is true.
It's presumed. Because of the wreckage, it's presumed that they were lost. Yes.
Look in Mongo's pack to try to find a feather.
It takes you a little bit of time, but you do find a tiny little baby bird feather.
Huh, okay.
This music's oddly suiting for them.
So I will. Depends on how long this should take, but as quickly as it can be done, because it's not putting too much effort into it. Take a small portion of the what's left of his rose zozite gem that he makes like memorabilia, like stones for everybody that's part of his family. That he's never made one for. Correct, yes. So he'll make a simple gem out of that and just carve in the initials.
Yeah, slide a paw.
Uh, 19. If it's something that can be done in a few
Yeah.
minutes.
It's easy enough for you.
And then take it over the fire, snap it.
I have an idea.
Go for it, Cayenne.
Cayenne is going to reach into her pouch of seeds to pull a seed,
Mm-hmm.
and she's going to offer the seed out of respect for all of the dryads that were lost when they were going to destroy the temple.
Mm.
That's a good one.
That's a good one, yeah.
Yeah, remember you had to put like 4 of them under their misery at least.
What about you, Scav?
I will step up to the fire and okay, yeah, I'm gonna do that. step up to the fire. I'll hold out my hand. I'll draw my blade. Slice open my palm. And just squeeze. In honor of those who've lost and those that couldn't be protected and those that have been vowed to be avenged. Offer my blood to the flames.
You take 1 point of exhaustion. You see Scabbard almost fall into the fire briefly.
Damn.
Cayenne, if you want, you can do a religion on what just happened. Actually, do a nature. Nature would probably be best.
I got 10.
Oof.
Make my way back to my seat. Bandage up my hand.
You've watched as Scabbard went through that, and you understand on a primal level that nature wanted more. And each of the Feely folk do the same thing, giving an offer.
Yeah, put the feather in.
Mm-hmm. You each do your sacrifice, internally stating who it's for, or externally in Scabbard's case.
A little internally too.
Yeah. And as you look over at the Feely folk, you can see that they are decorated in, bones and cloth and such like that. But the interesting thing that stands out is a few of them, the bigger hunters of the group, are wearing ornaments of orc tusk. Like they have taken their claim, and they do have a few scars to show for it, but they have killed orcs and wear their pieces as symbology of that. And you can talk amongst each other or talk among them as much as you can.
So Nikolai's been able to finish the repairs on the Richa Majika?
Well,
he wouldn't be out in the public.
You're probably dragged out in public for now.
I'd actually like to approach the ones that were performing that ritual, respectfully, of course.
It was all of them. It's the entire group hunting party.
It's like what seems to me like it's probably just a little kind of like we meet new people, welcome you into the camp kind of thing. That's what I'm getting from it.
Which one was the, I guess like the one that looked like the elder, if I'm allowed to do
It looks like an elder.
Well, then, yeah, I would approach them.
The old guy looks like
respectfully,
an elder.
of course.
One who has a lot of salt.
That's a lot of salt now.
He looks over.
That was a very beautiful display, that whole ritual. What exactly was that, friend?
Looks at you, and it's even harder for you to understand because you don't speak the language, the even remote Feely folk, much less the common that they speak. And essentially all you pull from it is peace for the dead. You can ask Cayenne what it means. She is a literal god and a person of nature.
What, the ritual?
Yeah.
I Nikolai is just basically, I'm putting myself in that situation. I think it was very wonderfully described. And what Jir told me, I don't need to pry into anybody's business about it. It makes perfect sense to me. Like, I'm just enjoying the company because I was forced to at this.
Elder sitting by the fire, eating the salt by the pawful.
Eating the salt by the ballful.
But that's
That
essentially
sounds
what you get
terrible.
from him.
And so it's to honor the spirits of the dead, then,
He nods a bit.
connected to some sort of deity or a greater spirit, I assume.
You do see the language barrier going on between Scav and the Elder.
Give me a moment, Nikolai. I may have to hopefully not quell an international incident. And then walk up to the two of them.
Mongo walks up next to you.
Hi, brother. How you doing?
Another night. How are you doing?
Feel strangely tired.
Well, you keep getting your ass kicked.
No, I mean,
Learn to duck.
It happened immediately after I offered my blood to the flames.
Go over to the elder. Have you heard of someone being not well after they put blood into the flames for the ceremony? I'll burn a spell slot to comprehend languages. That way I actually know what the fuck he's talking about.
The Elder looks to you so you can actually speak to them. Those that have caused much strife in the river of life pay more, even their full life.
So my brother being a bit extra tired after is their way of saying not enough? I will try to get him to correct that.
He's going to take a lifetime on that one.
Yeah. We might need Cayenne's help with this one. Tista, you have sec?
Nikolai's going to go sit down next to Jir
Yeah.
He looks over.
You know the ritual for, we all gotta throw something into the fire?
Mm-hmm.
The Scav's having some ill effects.
That is because he didn't give a substantial offering.
Yeah, I spoke with the elder. Apparently, those who have caused strife, his words, need to give more.
Yes.
So I'm not quite
Nature
sure.
wanted more from Scav.
Well, I'm a little fuzzy on the more part, unintended, because I'm not a coward.
Pun intended, I am a cat.
Does he mean like more blood or like more of a heartfelt sentiment, more specific? Like more what? I mean, that's kind of a vague.
With
You hear what, and you instantly perk up danger.
So with the offering that he gave of blood, it was wanting more blood, therefore wanting his life.
You're just really going to be the Anakin of the group, aren't you?
I hate the
Just
desert.
throw yourself on the fire.
You
Jump into the fire.
for
I
the
hate
offering for the offering he was making, the price that he was given was not a fair price compared to the stated offering. Essentially.
It just that remembrance of your trial comes flooding back of all the things that you've caused.
So like 10 drops, 12,
That
a pint.
you
Bled
understand.
myself pretty much. For a decent amount, but
You know that your repention is going to be a long, painful road. You can share that with Cayenne and Mungo.
I would like to talk to you two a bit more about some of the things that I saw in a bit, if you don't mind.
Did it have anything to do with why you potentially were feeling the ill effects?
It's possible that it may have connections to it.
Oh my god, would it be mean to replace Scav's helmet with a helm of comprehend languages?
That'd be fucking dope.
In the meantime,
Stand over. Oh shit.
you think
That'd be
about what
fucking
would be
amazing to
more
have that.
appropriate. A proper offering.
Has to be something personal and something that you can afford a fair price on.
So what do you do with Tyr?
Or think back to, in my opinion, exactly what Jir told us. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I'm not there. Apologies. Bad player.
You're sitting with Tyr. What do you talk to him about?
Oh, I was like, why did you throw yourself in front of me?
Tyr has contract. Tyr is supposed to protect the Hague, even at the cost of a life.
Really? Holy smokes, Jer.
Tyr's life is only as valuable as the amount of coin that he has paid.
I think we all like appreciate you way more than what any coin could buy. You saved my life. And there's no price to put on that.
Oh, this is gonna suck, but it's definitely worth it.
Please, is there anything I can do to make your recovery
I did
better,
consider that,
faster?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the strange druid. Yeah, she gave me this wonderful drink. Tyr feels like he's flying among the clouds.
Eh,
Cayenne
I
has
feel
more
like-
ideas.
I feel like a young bird again.
a young bird again. Well,
Scabbard, it's not a pay more price now, it's a long-term pay. He pats you on the head gently.
well, I kind of at least figured out how better to use that gun. That's an amazing weapon.
Yeah. Too loud for Tyr's taste.
But did you see that hole it made?
Oh, you see a hole that a sword makes?
I mean, true. but you big. I'm little.
Eh, lots of little holes. You connect the dots.
Yeah. It would be easier to carve a big chunk out of something if you put a bunch of holes in it first.
You're right there, Tom.
Will you rest with us in the cart tonight to be sure you're comfortable at least?
Yeah. Sally's cut guard. Gia's gonna sleep well.
Well, I mean, the cart is cooler.
Yeah, they plan on sleeping there.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure.
In fact, Gia's gonna go rest now. I am tired.
I will walk with him to the cart because
He's walking slower than usual.
yeah. I will ask Ace to assist.
It's a. And you guys see Gia walking off. If you want, you could do a perception.
I'll ask Ace to assist taking him to the cart, and when we get to the cart, I'll stay, make sure he's comfortable, and get back to work.
17.
Natural 20.
20.
What was it? I was looking up a recipe.
Perception on Gia.
Perception?
What recipe? I'm curious now.
It's a recipe of a plan that I had for Jeer.
Okay.
And perception was a 12.
A 12. You guys see Jer and Nikolai, and you can see Ace is helping him. And you pick up on it instantly because you've been working in the courts. But you can feel Cayenne in because she's kind of looking over like he doesn't look well. But you two, what was yours again?
17.
17? You guys pick up on it that the age and wear and tear is picking up on Jer that he should probably take more of a advisory role than being a guide like this any longer.
He's worse for wear. If he keeps up like this, it won't last much longer.
Which would be a shame, because one, he's just a really good bird. But also,
Why do you say that with such disdain? I get the whole bird thing, but come on, he's been nothing but good.
yeah, yes, he has. He's so far one of two feathered individuals that hasn't tried to kill me. So yes, I rather like him. So if he falls down and doesn't get back up, one, we're gonna all feel real shitty, and two, the world would be without all of his experience. Think of all the other guides who are going to try to get people across, or from one end to the other, or wherever the hell they're going, that don't have his experience, and if they could at least have a conversation with him, might keep them alive.
You know, a while ago, a few days back, I was speaking to both Jer and Sally about the possibility. Well, Sally not so much, but Jer definitely. The possibility of him joining Casil, an ally. Someone like
why
him.
not, Sally?
At the time, she wasn't.
I'm pretty sure she'll fit in the city.
Oh, absolutely. It's just at the time she wasn't present.
Most parts of this. Some parts she probably can't fit.
Okay, but, there's a few parts she might have to duck.
But those two together would be valuable for Casil and also for Essencrest. And I think Jer would fit right in perfectly, especially in as like a more of like a spiritual guide, or possibly even someone of just the amount of knowledge he has. You said it yourself. If that were to be lost,
Lifetime of experience.
that were to be lost, be tragic.
Well, I guess that settles it then. Once all this shit's done, we're taking him home with us.
Even if we have to abduct him.
I don't know. We can. force them to, but it needs to be their choice.
Knowing
I know the
as-
perfect place for Jir.
Oh, what's that?
He could always help out at Feisty's.
Yeah.
Oh, can you imagine Feisty introduces Sally to barbecue?
That would be pretty wild.
Hey, she enjoyed those cooked orcs.
So, knowing how messed up Jir is right now, Nikolai will try to borrow some inspiration from his adopted father and attempt to. I don't know how well it's going to go. He's going to try and give him a wonderful story of his experience with Udini to try to calm him down and relax him. Tell him about the wonderful, wonderfulness of Udini. And then once he starts to see Jir's maybe eyes like start to get heavy, he's going to cast heroism on. It'll basically, the only thought I'm thinking of that, it'll give him a sense of bravery. So any fears that he has for at least the next minute will be allayed, and hopefully he can just go to sleep and be happy. So performance?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you guys can approach Sally and ask her about Jerry even. I mean, she's not very talkative, but I'm pretty sure.
12?
Even though you're not great at this, Nikolai, you kind of see the importance of it and you do your best. And then Jerry eventually just falls asleep.
Once I notice that he's really falling asleep, I'll do the heroism on him to allay any fears that he has for the night as he goes to sleep. And then get to work. I got a lot of shit to do.
Oh, that is cold.
What?
And now I fear the DM that uses heroism to let NPCs pass away in their sleep.
Oh, God.
Damn!
I think our audience knows me too well.
Damn! Didn't put that all together. Crap. I'm not a dark soul. Sorry.
Yes. Pass away in the sleep. Let the bear consume you.
I think we should talk to Sally. She deserves to know the same thing as well, and maybe she knows more information on Jir.
She's probably seen more than a few of his battles.
She's over there at her own little personal spot away from everyone, and she's just got a different book of poetry open, and she's flipping through the pages. Are you going to approach Sally too, Cayenne?
And then after that, Cayenne's gonna work on the salves that she's planning.
All right. Yeah, you instantly recognize she's reading a book of poems.
Oh, forgot to ask. How much meat were we able to recover to store away?
This thing was...
Probably weighs 2 tons, my guess.
so big. Oh my god. Let me actually look something up. I'm kind
How
of
much does
curious.
the buffalo weigh?
Yeah.
It's like I still have about 200 pounds of capacity space inside the food bag holding.
Yeah, it's full, man.
A bull bison can
Oh,
weigh up to 2,000 pounds and stand 6 feet tall. while females can weigh up to 1,000 pounds and reach a height of 4 to 5 feet. At
Damn.
birth, bison calves weigh 30 to 60 pounds. 30 to
Wow,
70,
that's-
excuse me.
That's a lot of growth. Holy crap.
So a few of the hunters have departed to take this meat back home. Total, you guys were able to pull off about 3,000 pounds of meat
Damn.
because of how large.
So your
this
bag's
thing
full.
was. So you're able to get 200 pounds to put in your bag. Granted, a good portion of that meat went away because Sally ate all the insides on the way back,
Yeah, true.
like a cracked open nut. That seems to indicate, at least to Cayenne, that is one of her favorite things to eat because she has done that to orcs as well.
She likes the offal.
Likes the innards.
She has no issues with cracking open a cold one and eating them, or a warm one and eating them.
Or even a moving one, probably, and eating it.
I'm sorry, once you crack them open, they're not moving anymore.
True.
But yes, you're able to approach Sally and
Holy shit, that's 400 units of rations.
but
Yeah.
go for it. She's just sitting there, book on her leg, turning the pages with it.
Does it look like she'd benefit from having the book a little bit larger?
I mean, they're designed for average-sized people,
She's like,
not something as
Rotund?
yeah.
Sally, got a question for you.
She
Oh, a couple,
raises her
really.
head up a little bit.
First,
enlarge reduce.
hell yeah.
Enlarge the book so Sally can read it.
More easier.
I had
Just
such an
let me know whenever
interesting
you need
idea.
that.
What's that?
It would be something that would involve Mongo and Nikolai working together.
Oh, that's gonna be a fun one.
But then I know that Mongo would also want this object too.
Well, if
So-
we make one, presumably we could make another.
Basically, say you are like Sally, you are very large. The book that you find is for average sized people. Well, you have a pair of gloves that you can put on that whenever you grab said book, it automatically resizes to you.
That'd be
And
so
then
cool.
when you stop holding said book, it goes back to normal.
That
That
is
would
such a
be
cool
so
idea.
cool. Yeah, it would be cool for like all
Make
sizes.
a note of that.
Even if you're a tiny person, you just grab the book and then you can read it.
Effectively, dunk some gloves in a potion of enlarge reduce
Yeah,
and let them sit
Sit
for
forever.
an extended period of time.
and probably even like cast it on it once a day at least.
As an
You can
artificer.
essentially, from the artificer side, you would, and with Cayenne's help, Nikolai and Scabbard, or not Scabbard, Mongo all working together, you would essentially be able to steep leather in that so that it's absorbed by the leather,
Yeah,
and then
like-
you would be able to do runes on top of that for the usage purpose, essentially.
Yeah,
We do have someone here that knows leatherworking.
like
he
cure
could
the leather
design the
in
gloves for
such
her.
a potion. That'd be kind of cool.
So it is completely plausible, Cayenne.
That is really cool.
Scav can
No,
make
that's
the
a-
gloves for her.
So
and-
Cayenne will mention that idea when it's feasible as this plays
Yeah.
out.
So she looks over to you a little bit.
Did you want me to make that book a little larger for you?
She looks back to the book. Not really understanding what you mean.
Like, because you know how the book is, this big?
She looks to
You-
the book.
Like me to make it like this big?
You can see that she's not really connecting the dots there, Cayenne.
I think this is just do it.
Just ask
Oh.
permission to do it.
It's her book. I'm not
Yeah, true,
fucking
true.
pissing her off.
Essentially, what he means is to make the book to where the font or the words are bigger and easier to see.
She tilts her head a little bit. Purpose.
Make it easier for you to read or a little bit more comfortable? It's not permanent. It'll go away after a little while, but...
When does that spell last? I forget.
She closes the book and slides it over to you. Wow. As soon as you said that, chat's like 1 hour. Just, she picks the book up.
Same book, just
Bigger.
larger for a little bit.
She opens it up to the page she was at. There's still not a full comprehension of what just happened, but she sets the book back down.
It's okay.
So that means it's moving through the pages.
You're not too used to magic, are you?
She just kind of shakes her head no.
Well, Mongo here is an excellent mage. I'm pretty sure he can show you all different types of things as a wizard.
Hey, you know Sally's story about wizard.
Yeah, that's why I ask first. It's like a fireball, barely tickled.
No, it didn't even tickle. It was exhilarating.
Yeah.
Sally getting nuke and going, again!
Of course.
How pants shitting would that be as a wizard?
Just, you know what? You win.
You're a wizard. You go against her, and you do that fireball. She's like, "Thank you. Can you do that again?" You're like, "Hello."
If we can be friends, sure, I'll do that. Whatever you want.
And Sally looks
won the
to you.
fight.
After she looks at Mongo, she looks to you. And no matter how she phrases a lot of things, it always comes out as a slight intimidation. And she just looks at you and she's like, why?
Why do you ask why?
She just goes back to
How is
reading
she
her book.
supposed to find out why?
I guess. Is there anything you want to know why?
She just flips the page.
Sally,
It's
what
just
can you
me.
tell us about yourself and Jir? Jir's not doing too well.
You see her contemplate this for a moment. Jir is too old. He has seen 60 full moons.
Damn.
All the more reason he should retire.
You said 60 full moons?
Yeah.
So, like, the moons are considered full when they converge or something once a year?
From her culture, basically, every new year is a full moon.
Okay.
He's a very old bird.
So it's not, an analog is not 28 days here,
No.
as it is here. Okay.
I was speaking with Jir about that recently. And I think it'd be appropriate to speak with you about it as well, Sally.
She just flips through the book.
What do you think? Pan, Mongo.
You can do a perception. Actually, insight.
19.
19. You being the studious type, Mongo, you're watching her go through this book of bard poems. And it kind of hits your soul a little bit. She's not picking up everything on each poem. She's only picking up the words that she can actually understand. She can't fully read. So she's only reading words that she understands and trying to piece them together herself.
You know, Scav and I were talking that once we finally finish all this stuff, would you be okay if we tried to find you some employment to continue to stay on with us?
She thinks about this for a moment. If that is what you require.
And we're wondering if it's what you want.
She goes back to reading.
There,
Kyan, you can do an insight on this.
there are many things we could offer. Clearly, you love poetry. And you are an incredible fighter. On top of that, I think a lot of people could benefit from having you around. Because you could actually make a huge impact in a very positive way. I did speak to Jir about the possibility of him joining us once his contract is done as well. And so far, he seems possibly on board, so would like to offer the same thing to you if you're interested, Sally.
What was your insight?
22.
Since you're more connected to the tribal than the two brothers are, Sally doesn't have a stake either way from what you understand. She simply goes where the coin is. She doesn't understand attachment, essentially. The closest thing she has to attachment is Jir. Because she has spent so many years interacting with him here and there.
So it's safe to assume if Jir goes, she's more likely to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just basically telling her like more or less the same thing that conversation with Jir was had, but in a way that would work with her as well.
She just flips another page.
I know that if Jir chooses to go with us, I know he'd be happy if you joined us. But that's not to put any pressure on you for any reason whatsoever. We would like you to join us and work alongside us where we're from, if it's something that you choose that you would like to do.
And she just lets out one word. Very well.
Oh, also another little benefit is this place is filled with books with more poetry.
Places that have said books for people of your size as well. No more of the small
And
little ones.
I can show you more creatures, like your friend.
She just goes back to reading. She's not being dismissive. She's pausing to listen, but then she goes back to reading.
We also have a couple of friends that you would probably really like to meet. One of them is an amazing cook. You ever heard of barbecue before?
She pauses. Meat is meat. I do not know what this term is.
Oh, you remember how you were telling us how you chowed down on the roasted orcs? The ones that got caught on fire? Similar to that, they just throw a bunch of other stuff to try to make it more tasty.
She goes back to reading. You can see a little bit of like confusion, Cayenne. Like she doesn't understand that concept, and you've traveled with her a few days, so you can see how she eats. It's very violent.
It's very different versus what you are used to. I'll be honest. It was odd to me at first, as I'm very used to more fruits and vegetables and stew. Sometimes, but mostly fruits and vegetables. It is really good though.
Oh. There's also something I would like for you to go ahead and have, if you'd like. Consider it a gift. I know it's given us and even some of our best fighting companions a bit of trouble, but you might like it. And I'll leave. I'll come back with our training dummy that
Oh no.
fucked us up pretty good and even gave Sir Mir a bit of trouble that one time.
And she looks at this strange thing, clearly not understanding what it is.
Oh, fuck. You brought that damn thing with.
This...
I don't think it was ever mentioned it was brought along. It was in the house.
Yeah, it's in
I had it in my pack. I guess we
family
could say
house.
that it's still at the
Yeah,
family house.
no, it would never brought along. It was put into the room as a permanent training place for it.
Okay, well then we don't have
Yeah.
it. So disregard that whole thing.
Yeah. So
Instead, I will offer her. It's not much, but I will go ahead and take out the foodie food bag of holding. Make sure that we don't have any birds in the area
Oh,
that are
fuck.
going to be affected.
don't do that. Just stop with that.
What?
That
Want to give her some? All right.
don't. You literally have a very injured Jeer.
That's true. That's true.
Brain buddy.
Okay.
No chicken cube.
No chicken cube. Gotcha.
So think of what Sally would do to you if you got Jeer killed by that cube.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
Yeah, Scav never made it back, but we got a Sally.
And a pot of scab will be with her forever, or at least until the next time she goes to the bathroom.
We could not stop her.
So, moving things along a little bit. Roll a tinkering for me and start working on reach a jig.
How many times? One? Okay, sorry. I hit.
Enjoying the spicy lemon over there?
It's actually a really good combination.
Oh, I can imagine.
22.
22. You start getting some of it back together. Some of them are going to need to be completely reshaped. Like you pick up a spring, and you're like, "This is supposed to be a spring. Why is it straight?"
Goddamn.
I had a slinky. Straightened it.
But for levity's sake, the next morning comes. You wake up, Cayenne, and your little beetle is just kind of happy where it's at. You wake up.
Probably clinging to the backside of my middle horn.
Yep. And each of you come to, and Sally packs up her and Tira's camp, and so starting to get ready to depart and able to have a morning meal as the hunters are starting to break down the camp as well to move to a new location. And Cayenne, you make an observation that them and as a whole they're thinking the desert for a place to stay for the night.
Diane will do the same.
And as the cart is packed up and you have basically not the luxurious meals that you're used to, but you have enough food prepared and such to start to get ready to go. Injir gets up and he's starting to get out of the cart. You can hear him breathing heavy, like a little bit labored, like, you know. Think of like, for example, possibly General Grievous with his breathing.
Jeez.
He sounds rough. And as soon as he goes to step out of the cart, Sally puts her entire hand on his chest. And she's like, no.
Is Nikolai conscious for this?
Yeah.
I'd recommend doing what the lady says, Jir.
Yeah, I kind of got to agree with that.
Give me a moment, Jir. I will be in there with you, and I will help you in a bit.
Yeah, Injir can do work. No, he's just a little tired.
No, Jir. You need rest.
I can try to do something.
I understand you have a contract with us, Jir, but it's no good if you get yourself hurt. You need rest, friend. Please.
And Sally just looks at him, and he's like, I don't want to be on the menu today.
Before we take off, I want to try and find the elder of this group.
He's not hard to find.
And I'll leave them with a gift. I hand them one of the ivory sticks I have from the land of Casil.
Okay.
As a parting gift.
Cayenne, you can work on that salve that you're making for Jir. And before you get in the cart and everybody else basically packs up, you guys are inside of the cart. You see the funniest thing ever, Cayenne, as Sally walks up to the front of the cart where the horse is, and she looks at the horse and she's like, walk. And the horse immediately starts walking.
I'm going to join Jir and Cayenne in the cart.
The horse has the sense to say, yes, ma'am.
Poor horse.
That horse is... There's trauma there.
It was punched by Sally into unconsciousness.
If you have a horse that's being unruly, have them talk to Sally.
No, she cold cocked the damn thing.
But yeah, I'm gonna join Cayenne and Jir in the cart, so we can assess what we're working with here.
And Jir sits down. He's like, Jir is failing his contract. It's not fair that Sally is doing all of the work.
You're injured, and Sally's very tough. You need to rest.
Yeah, at present, Sally's walking.
Jir, can we go over the terms of the contract once more? I believe we have some ability to provide instruction. To a certain degree.
To some degree.
Okay. My instruction for you is to rest for the day. There you go. You're doing your job.
I'm actually going to work on making something to help with the soreness and to help with the swelling.
I will approach and, with permission, ask Jir, please remove your coat so I can get a better look and see how you are.
This is odd. He opens up his coat, and you can see like all the like plumage and everything, and how old he is, and he's a bit scrawny, like how old birds get at their ripe old age. But you can also see all the various scars from all of his travels across him and injuries and.
Go ahead and examine him and see just how much work we're gonna have to do here.
Do a medicine. Cayenne, you can do a medicine too.
Modify 20.
Meanwhile, Mongo's being soul crushed over there.
22.
You guys examined Jir using your expertise. You know a lot about avians, Cayenne, so it's not too different for you. Examining him up close more or less confirms that it is time for him to retire. That you can hear the heaviness of his lungs and the laboredness of them. And Scabbard, from your experience in combat, you can see the toll that the many dozens of injuries he's taken over the years. Most of them never treated because he just either used stuff that he found in the desert plant-wise, or just occasionally here and there a healing potion, or just self-medicine of putting himself back together.
Friend, you keep going on like this, you won't last much longer. Some of these injuries, while old, still taking its toll on you.
It is Jir's job.
Well, maybe we can convince you to stay with us where we're from. See new sights. Taste different food.
That conversation we had, Jer, that offer still sits on the table, and someone as well traveled and as experienced as you are.
And
has
we can
so
find you
much-
work too.
So much knowledge there.
It is an interesting prospect. But I don't know how safe you are for Jir's health.
Okay, usually in the
Where we're
city,
from,
we get significantly less hurt.
where
Like, the worst we have to usually deal with is one of us got drunk and fell down the stairs.
yes,
The land
and
is-
where
Oh,
we're
go ahead.
from, there are some amazing drinks, and there are a lot of really, really pretty places of nature that I could take you to.
There are not. A lot of places in the world are not like here. Castile is a thriving land, yes, and it does have its own dangers, but
This is a thriving land too.
not,
You're thriving.
not in the sense of what you might seem to
Not
think,
like it used
friend.
to be, but, you know, there's still, you know, the hustle and bustle of, you know, current activities.
So you know how we rarely see trees around here in the desert? Well, imagine
Resemblance of trees there are.
imagine entire vast forests where there are just thousands of trees everywhere you look.
I've only heard of such places in books and tales.
Would you like to see them with your own eyes?
Jir could use a change of environment. And you catch what he said about the used to be rustle and bustle here.
Yeah,
That's a detail that you would probably pick up as Nikolai, that this place used to be more populous, possibly.
yeah.
And eventually the cart comes to a stop as you talk to Jir. It's been about an hour or so as the conversation carries on. And go ahead and roll your medicine. Oh my god, that is so cute, Cayenne.
Do me a favor. Hold still for a moment.
Spider?
Mm-hmm.
Slushy?
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's a Beanie Boo spider. It's super adorable.
And I am gonna go ahead and get him settled so that way Cayenne can go ahead and do what she needs to do.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna use a second level spell here, and give him some restoration. Ease some
You
of the,
said that was a
turn.
medicine?
Yeah.
Um,
I'm gonna pop out to see why the cart stopped.
You pop out and the heat instantly hits you like opening a
Yeah,
oven.
I will go with Mongo to find out why the cart stopped.
Sally is already there at the back of the wagon and she motions for you guys to stay inside.
do I get any advantage on this? Because otherwise it's,
Mongo could help you because he's alchemist.
Yeah.
Just
I would've-
share with him what you're doing and you would have advantage.
what I was going to be working on was just basically making the salve for, Jeer.
Yeah. And you can share that with Mongo so he can help you.
Yeah, I'll try to help.
Okay. I essentially need, I need help grading some beeswax. Just essentially, I need a 4th cup of grated beeswax. I need a 4th cup of coconut oil, 2 teaspoons of cayenne powder, 2 teaspoons of ginger,
So, Dan,
15 drops of peppermint oil, and 15 drops of lavender oil.
Yeah, between both of you guys. Oof,
How fine a
lavender.
grading do you want on the beeswax?
Yeah, Cayenne is.
It's basically going to get melted down because it's being turned into a salve that can be put in like a glass jar, which I have glass jars.
Yeah, and you would have the beeswax as well because nature.
Mhm.
And
Pretty sure I've got at least 1 or 2 types of graders.
yeah,
I will.
and yeah,
Nikolai will scurry his way to the top of the cart through the air conditioner, so that he can kind of like pop out and
yeah,
see what's going on and pull his rifle out.
yeah. Do a perception for me, and you can see Sally open up one of her packs and start taking things out. And at that moment, a little bit of concern hits you guys. You can see
22.
that she moves and she starts attaching like these long, like they look like chainmail, but they're all blades along the armor on her tail. Then she puts it on her pauldrons that hangs down over her arms, and she adds a few other pieces of armor to protect areas, and she reaches in and she actually takes out a helmet and puts it on
Oh fuck!
that fully covers like her neck and the high collar of her already armor and the high protection of the pauldrons. She is going to be a very tough nut to crack.
Oh,
Guys, she's
gearing
suiting
for...
up.
I'm
Huh?
sorry, fuck, what?
She's suiting up.
And she just takes
Like
out the
putting on
sword.
a bow tie?
Like armor, lots of armor.
She already has a lot of armor.
She's putting on more.
And then she splits the sword into 2 and stabs them both into the ground. And she takes out this large blanket. And Cayenne, you would know what this is, especially Mare would know what this is. And she starts putting armored barding on the actual horse that would cover it fully.
dope.
That's really cool.
It's like full head to toe knight armor barding going onto this horse.
Okay, I'm a little concerned.
Yeah.
What was your
Something's
perception?
coming. 22.
You saw something that was really strange to you out in the desert. You saw plenty of rocks, almost like metallic-ish rocks and normal rocks.
Like big shiny rocks, like ROCKS.
And yeah,
Okay.
and you can see like these, almost like these cones And then one thing that you saw that was strange is this one that was more like fanned out, and it was like moving, and you almost could mistake it as a mirage.
Yeah, I relay what I saw. I don't know what these are. Jer, have you heard of anything like this?
This is not good. There's a reason why she is putting on more armor. I'm glad I'm in here and I'm not out there having to deal with the situation.
I don't suppose you, because you guys said that that critter that y'all went out and found had like a really armored
No, different stuff.
hide. I don't suppose we draped any of that over the cot, did we?
Oh, that would have been a good idea, probably.
Okay, so that was a no.
No. It was
Gia, what do we need to worry about?
Yeah, I recommend staying in here, staying quiet. He hands a pack out to Sally and she takes it.
How far away did I see these things?
They're at least 200 out. She stopped well enough away for some reason.
Okay.
And you can hear things being, the pack being opened, and she begins basically latching in place and letting it fall on the cart, providing armor plating.
Call out to Sally, but in a way that not too loud. Sally.
She reaches into the cart and her hands on your neck. Silence.
Oh, now we're really fucked.
And I whisper to her, "Take my friend with you." The mantisaur.
She just lets it climb up onto her shoulder.
I will watch through its eyes now.
I will use message.
Not a good idea with Sally.
Okay.
Not a good idea. You know how she reacts to magic.
If it works just as a familiar, I will be able to cast spells through it.
And you can just hear, you can see the cart getting a lot more damp as she drops this armor on it.
Try and whisper to her. I may be able to help you with something very small here.
She just works.
Let me see your weapon for one moment.
She has two weapons, and they're currently sticking out of the ground.
Oh, well, let me see your weapons for a moment.
She looks over at you, almost like that's a war crime.
You may like it. It's nothing bad.
I wouldn't do that. Don't do that.
All right.
Gia, what the hell is going on?
It appears that we've gone into a little bit of trouble. It's not the works. It's a lot worse.
It's a lot worse.
What's worse?
Cayenne, you can do a nature and peek out and take a nature look at.
What could be worse?
What do I know with an 18?
You look out, Nikolai, you can actually offer Cayenne your scope to look through, so she can get a better look without getting closer.
I have a scope.
On the rifle.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So he hands it to you, and you look through the scope, and it magnifies things a lot. At first, it's probably really disorienting to Cayenne, but you're able to look out and see really far away at what you're actually looking at to get an idea. You finally found a use for a piece of tinkering from Nikolai. And you can tell that these are a variation on some sort of bird. You don't see them flying, you see them hopping around. Every once in a while, one of them hops. But their feathers have a metallic sheen to them.
Oh. Lovely.
And Cheer's like, yeah, they're grumpy birds. They eat a lot of rocks that have metals in them, and it kind of goes through them, and they have metal feathers, and yeah, quite carnivorous and dangerous.
Mongo. I'm gonna need your help with something.
They also tend to hunt by seeing variations in I don't know how the normal people would say. They can just see you in the heat, I guess.
And
Oh.
translation?
They can see by thermal.
So because she
They can
flew
see
in the
they
desert?
can they can see your body heat, meaning they can see you at night.
Okay. So they are able to observe her simply because of her body heat.
And the variations that each of you have compared to the desert heat of like 200 degrees.
Mongo, can you do me a favor, buddy?
Maybe.
I need you to make some sort of magical mark of some kind to appear on the horse. But I need it to look like the sigil of owlbears. Holy simple. Just trust me on this.
No, you're gonna need to explain.
I bet Cayenne is terrified of these birds.
I can place a spell that
Yup.
will make it so that way they won't attack the horse, giving us some more protection.
I will say they would be perfect to release at a certain empire.
Jesus.
Yeah.
And now you can understand why Sally is fully gearing up.
Okay, so if they detect body heat, what if we mask our body heat to look like the surrounding area?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. How much Sally can handle a fireball? She's wearing metal armor, right?
Yeah, but she's also a large reptile.
Uh-huh. Sally, can you... Talking very quiet. Can you handle lots of... Hot. Very hot. You're good, right?
She just shrugs. She's standing out in 200-degree weather right now.
I can make her armor using heat metal to match the temperature, ambient temperature.
Remember how sacred her armor is.
I will offer her this information, though. It's like, I can make you almost invisible to them.
She just shrugs it off and gets everything ready.
Do you want me to do this? It'll be casting a spell on your armor.
Cayenne, you would know how bad of a taboo that is.
Why, although it's helpful, that's very, very taboo to her culture.
Okay. Okay.
She comes back and she looks into the cart and she motions to Jer. It's some sort of... It's almost like a thieves can't sign language, but it's different. And Jer's like, Jer almost forgot. They could also detect vibrations.
I really need to know if you can do this, bud.
You still haven't explained to him.
I did exactly what it is. To place a sanctuary spell on him, but I need to be able to either have a holy symbol there marked it, or to be able to physically touch it. I can't touch it, so it needs to have a mark on it.
Any mark I put on there will only be temporary, so...
That's fine. I only need it just for a moment.
So once my mark fades, your
It will remain.
shenanigans will still stay there.
It will remain so long as I focus on it.
Go for it. It's clever.
Yeah, get a clear shot and
Easy enough, go to the top
cutie
of the-
mark of owlbear on the horse.
And I will cast Sanctuary upon the
Cutie
horse.
mark. I'll say on the horse.
Hey, may as well use the power of the Protector to protect.
So you said Sally reaches into the cart for something real quick?
She gave a gesture to Cheer,
Oh, okay.
meaning something.
Okay, she has my mantis, my homunculus on her, so I will cast heroism on her through my homunculus.
She an owlbear cutie mark would be pretty cool. So she heads back out. She pulls one of the blades up, and she does something that's a little bit more terrifying than just wield two blades. She reaches up, and it locks into place like a long blade going back on her helmet.
So she's got a bladed mohawk.
Yeah, from one of her from her sword split in half. Then she picks up the other one to use it by itself.
She's terrifying.
And the armor that she has on the helmet, like, fully protects her. Leaves her maw open so she can still use that as a weapon, but it has plates that come all the way down the front, completely covering her neck. It would be very hard for people to get into her. And then they have to deal with her hide on top of that.
It's going to be show, and I'll have a front row seat.
And the cart begins to move along this essentially minefield. And since she's wearing essentially another 300 pounds of armor every step she takes,
Yeah.
it's like Godzilla approaching a city.
It's just she's moving us through them slowly.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And are you guys all watching to see what happens?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm watching through the
Yeah.
eyes of my homunculus. Whatever she's looking at, it's looking at.
Yeah. One of them, you can see it just kind of like unfurl from like that cone shape, and it just these wings. And you can see all the feathers just look like razor blades. And you immediately know these birds can't fly because of the sheer weight that they have. But you can see that they're like metallics. They don't have any like natural color to them anymore because of all the metals and things that they've eaten.
Well, I'm concentrating, watching this through the homunculus eyes. I'll actually, like kind of like blind draw what I'm seeing, like the creatures.
Chat called you out already.
Huh?
Oh no, Nikolai will finally get the chance to sketch out what a creature looks like while it's still alive.
Yeah.
Chat called you out so hard.
And fast too, like before I finished.
Chat's been on the ball tonight with calling things
Just
out.
sit there cross-legged
Becoming
with the
predictable.
drawing tablet and just like just sketch what I'm seeing.
Sleight of hand.
As much as I want to watch this, I'm gonna keep focusing on just uttering the same like prayer over and over to maintain sanctuary on the horse.
Religion.
I'm one with force for me, and one with force for me.
Sorry, but he's nowhere near as cool as that actor.
23.
Fuck no.
21.
That
That
guy
dude
practically
has-
stole the show.
That dude has so much charisma, even in John Wick.
Yeah.
Actually, anything he's been in.
23.
Gia, you said the vibrations. So, like, if the ground shakes in some way, shape, or form, they'll pick up on it and do their thing.
Yes. And, well, Sally is obviously the biggest distraction right now, so yeah, we don't have anything to worry about.
You know, I'm just thinking if they get close, I might be able to create some other kind of distraction to get them to run over there away from us.
Yeah. Their necks, they kind of come out almost like a crane or pink bird. Flamingo.
Okay. Fascinating creatures.
And one approaches Sally, and she just turns, and this thing doesn't like attack her legs. It tries to climb up her using massive, like hawk-like talons to get at soft parts. It's not so much attacking; it's now wrestling with this.
How big are they, Sally?
How big are they? They are about 4 feet tall each.
Oh, okay.
At their shoulders, they're 4 feet.
Okay. So with their neck and head, they're probably up around 6 or 7 feet.
About 5.
Oh, okay.
And are you watching this fascinated, Cayenne?
Yeah.
And it's a rare occasion. You don't see Sally actually trying to grab and manhandle this thing or use her maw. She just puts her sword through it and pulls it off and then just slices through it.
Thick 'em.
It's probably like, yeah, I'm not grabbing that barehanded.
I mean, she's got armor on, even on her hands, but she still doesn't want to grab it.
Yeah.
And you can see the blood as it spills across and starts sizzling on the ground from the heat. It's got a very it's like a metallic red color. It doesn't look natural. You can see the
Crazy.
muscle and sinew in it has a metallic tinge to it as well.
So which one of us is going to try to keep part of the carcass?
I'm focused on.
Cayenne will probably wait till it goes by and grab the carcass and drag it in.
That's kind of our thing, isn't it?
It's gonna be like when there's a safe way to do that.
Yeah. Looking for the opportunity, but if it's not there, it's not there.
Exactly.
So you begin moving. The cart is almost moving at a snail's pace, and as she's working her way around, another 2 of them approach her, and she swings the sword around and takes its head clean off of its body, and you can see 2 more approach, and they tackle that one and start ripping it apart like frenzied predators, eating their own.
The desert. It's kind of the way of the world. You're dead. I can use your meat.
It's like, well, you're not using your lungs or liver anymore, and I'm hungry.
And I'm hungry.
And the other one that was approaching her, she moves her sword to another hand where she was using the reins for the horse. And she grabs one of the rocks that's there, and she just slams it down on top of the bird, and you just see blood splatter out in a circle.
It's an effective move. Squish.
Swish, yeah.
Can't be a threat if you're flat.
And you're like, what, 20 feet tall, and it's only like 4 feet tall?
Yeah. If she raises it all the way up, I'm pretty sure she can get that boulder or rock or whatever is in her paw down to near terminal velocity.
And the car just moves at the snail pace as she's working through this, and you can realize that there are dozens of these out here. A few of them are peeking from their little shade domes, or then going back to resting.
Mm-hmm.
That it would be too much energy to expend to deal with this. The less wise ones are approaching and trying to.
If it looks like there's like more than, because I know she's handling them like, 1 or 2 at a time, but if it looks like there's another one coming up, I will totally use mold earth to create some sort of a tremor near another one.
Yeah.
So that way they can kind of like, oh wait, there's something over here too.
Yeah. Cayenne, the cart stops for a moment in a brief moment of carnage, and you're able to snatch up one of the corpses, and Cayenne drags this corpse in. And you can feel the weight of it inside of the wagon because of what they're made of.
Jeez.
Yeah,
And-
if Colossus was a bird.
And they essentially smell like strongly of like metal sulfur. The smells of like metals that are and such.
Like these?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing.
It's a very off-putting smell to you guys, almost assaulting the senses. Like, oh god, they smell worse on the inside.
I'm keeping
man.
the eyes, and I want to keep the skull.
See if you can't harvest the feathers. I may be able to make some sort of like protective thing out of it.
I
It's
will
there.
work on gathering a few feathers as well.
Again,
Yeah,
that might
do
be able
a
to make
survival,
shield.
and you can take your time on this because you got all the time in the world.
Attach all those things to a stick. and
When
now
I
you
take
have a
time,
big
I
fuck-off
add-
sword.
You can add 10, 20.
I'll take 20.
Okay.
All fascinating. I'm going to be interested in observing the corpse at a later point, but right now
So
I'm
that'd
just...
be 29.
That works. So you start you basically borrow some of Nikolai's pliers to pull the feathers out because they're like you get your finger on one and it's like a razor sharp knife. These feathers are like razor blades and it just reminds you of your own birds that you have back home.
Oh, red and blue and punk
Makes
ass
me
purple.
wish they were here, but they probably would have gotten themselves into trouble.
Yeah, think?
And you just begin harvesting this, seeing that the metals essentially run throughout the entire system of this strange bird that has adapted to this harsh environment of eating rocks, stones, minerals, occasionally meat that it can. And you can see that the skull has like, it's almost like a marbled effect where you can see the metal throughout it.
Damn.
That was pretty cool.
The beak itself is all metallic in itself, that something that birds do with sharpening their beaks, you can see along the edge where it's been finely honed, where they would rub their beaks on rocks.
I know exactly what I'm doing with the skull.
What's that?
Because I still have the headdress that Osling made for me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make her one with this.
Oh, that's gonna be cool as
That's
shit.
gonna be badass.
That
God,
Yeah.
those feathers would
Awesome.
be great throwing knives.
Just observing through the homunculus to any point where Sally's in distress. If there's something I can do through their homunculus, I will do.
Yeah, and the insides just smell absolutely atrocious because of what they eat, and none of the meat is salvageable because of how yuck it is.
Actually, Ace might like it.
You're able to also harvest the eyes, so you put them in the jar with the other eyeballs.
Jar of eyeballs.
These are like almost a dark black metallic with red, and you can kind of pick up on how they would see things. They have absolutely insane vision from what you can observe, Cayenne. Desert
I almost imagine their eye be like a cat's eye marble, but instead of it being like an amber color with a really like bright like gold white that shimmers across, it's that onyx color, but the shimmer is like a really dark crimson.
Yeah.
I was just thinking burning hands might blind the fuckers.
Maybe.
Just making notes.
And now, technically, that's a creature that I've seen.
Yeah.
That's one for the roster.
And outside Sally, she's dealing with two of them, and then the third one starts to kind of
As
approach
soon as
over.
I see that one, I will, in the other direction, Old Earth. It's at least got a 30-foot one. If I can distract it long enough for her to deal with the other two.
It pauses for a moment, and it looks over at the mold earth, and it's almost kind of like watching a ferret or a cat. It kind of hops what little it can into that area. You can see it just stab that beak into the ground like a dagger.
Like there's something there.
Yeah, I will use mold earth like a fucking laser pointer, and they're a cat.
You're calling yourself out there?
Oh yeah, that's a fucking cantrip, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh fuck.
And you're keeping this one distracted. It's just you're just kind of watching how dangerous that beak is.
Yeah, if there's another one coming up, I'll see if I can't get both of them to maybe even attack the other.
Roll a charisma. Performance. There you go. Roll a performance.
It's better than nothing.
12.
You do get the attention of the second one, and they start squabbling over it.
Nice.
No, this is mine. It's
And
nothing there.
Kind of sounds like a very tinny type of hawk sound between them, metallic even. It's a very unnatural sound, especially to you, Cayenne.
Like nails on a chalkboard.
Oh, it does not sound like it comes from nature at all.
I forgot I had this spell. Holy crap.
And Sally keeps moving.
Huh.
They have actually gotten through the armor a little bit and have nicked her here and there, but it's a thing.
Attempt mending through the mantis. Attempt mending through the mantis if she has any damaged armor.
Not the armor, is just getting into the soft spots.
Getting past it. Okay.
Yeah.
Into the armor
And
kind of implies maybe they got through it a little bit.
Do a nature for me. Oh, that was a crunch.
That's a 9.
A 9? You're too distracted with how gross this thing actually is to take apart.
It's an actual like.
Is it worse than any other carrion smell that we've smelt before? Is it worse than the zombies?
It's pretty fucking bad. It's putting the zombies to shame.
Okay.
Things shouldn't smell like this on the inside.
I will attempt to use prestidigitation to make it not stink.
Do an arcana for me, since you're watching Sally work against these things. 11. You're kind of watching them a little bit. Looking at the sheen of their actual, feathers. And you pick up one of the feathers and you start to examine it from the one that Cayenne pulled out. You can do an arcana on that, too.
Yeah.
Now that you have one in hand.
I take it the other two that
Yeah.
were... Okay. Yeah,
And
'cause I'm only doing this if there's nobody else around.
They scrapped until they figured out they were expending enough energy and just went their separate ways. They're not completely retarded birds. They do have a semblance of intelligence.
This is just too much.
Yeah.
15. Good. I annoyed them away.
Hey.
15?
Yeah.
You look over the feather a little bit and examine it, eating into your magical ways. And you realize how valuable that these could be a best kept secret of the family for future use. And you try to cast, I'm just taking the reins a little bit here. You try to cast like a cantrip on the feather.
Yeah.
And it ricochets off.
Oh.
Nice.
What's going on out there, guys? I can't really take my focus off this.
You have enough from a whole bird. You can see Mongo's gears are turning a little bit.
I can't. I'm all.
Yeah.
I may have an idea.
Mongo,
Yeah.
you're pondering something.
Usually.
I'm meaning right now.
Do us all a favor. Don't try to cast any spells on to the feathers themselves. Actually, anything metallic from these birds, just avoid that for the time being.
Care to explain?
It's probably going to bounce off and not have any effect.
Hold on to
Well,
those.
that's
I
pretty
may
freaking
be able
awesome.
to weave them into a shield or
Kind of what I was
something.
thinking.
What's going on out there? I can't take my focus off of this.
Nikolai
back out.
gives any
You see
description to what
Sally
he says.
use her sword, the back end of it, which is hard to do because both sides of it are essentially bladed. But she pulls one of the birds that was trying to get onto the horse off onto the ground and just uses the sword, leveraging it like a giant scissor blade to cut that bird in half. Or like the old school paper cutters that scared everybody as a child.
Oh, you mean the one that they used in Punisher to dispatch somebody?
Or in The Faculty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's a reason why certain objects have the trauma behind them, despite the fact nothing happened to us.
Yeah.
You know what could happen to us?
That was one of those objects where you saw it at school and you're like, oh no.
I ain't
But
fucking
the-
with it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I never got any fear from those, but okay.
Yeah, but we also know that all you have to do is undo one screw and you basically have a fucking machete.
That's true.
It's very true.
And
Like,
I
surprise-
honestly always saw it as something I could use if I needed to every time I saw one of those. So it's like, there's a nice weapon right there.
It's even crazier. You don't need to undo the screw. You just need to yank at it and the whole thing comes apart.
Yeah, it's not held on there real secure like.
It's only there for a pivot point. It's not there to
Horror
actually.
movies teach you a lot of safety tips and tricks.
Yeah.
Yeah, really does. So,
Yeah, no,
Just-
there's one particular movie that ever since it came out, everybody gives like logging trucks a very, very wide,
dude,
very
that
wide
movie.
circle.
So, it's kind of funny. Is that movie, Final Destination 2, has basically changed the fearscape for every single millennial because that was in our lifetime. And younger generations are like, why are you so scared of this movie? And then you turn on the scene and they're like, okay, we understand. It's like,
Well, I don't want to get LASIK.
Here's a lesson for you.
That's really the biggest thing.
Michael Myers taught me a valuable life lesson. Don't worry about how fast everyone around you is moving. If you're determined, just move at your own pace and you'll kill shit every time.
yeah,
Thanks, Mike.
yeah.
You've never seen
About how
that man
much
move
time
more
has
than
passed?
a casual
You know
scroll.
what's I'll tell you in a second. One of the interesting things that I love about the new trilogy that they delve into is he's completely crazy, but he has preferences. And they actually show those in the new movies. Like he's trying to find the perfect knife,
Yeah.
and he's just repeatedly just going through knives until he finds the right one that works perfectly for what he utilizes it for.
Yeah.
It's just like no knife is good until he finds that one.
Like
So
the first thing he picked up, this will do for now.
yeah, it's just a temporary thing that he uses until he finds the right one.
And then he keeps it.
Hmm.
Hey,
There
you
is-
gotta respect the paying attention to the detail, but also at the same time, it's like fucking really.
I think it's the second one where he basically uses a live person to unalived stabbing board to test various knives until he finds the right one in the kitchen.
So he just kind of has somebody there.
No, they're laying on a table, and he's just just until he finds the right one.
The one that feels just right. It'd be funny if he went through 3.
I think he went through like 5.
Oh, dang.
The one that takes him to his happy place.
Yeah, as you were saying,
How much time has passed?
3 hours.
I gotta recast this. Luckily, I can just go ahead and do so since it's already on there.
This isn't Damascus. Those mall stall vendors are on the list.
Do we gotta do another religion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna use my necklace to reroll that.
Yeah.
Just
You
got
know,
my
there are just some
shoulders back.
comments that just kind of prove that our chat is just.
It's worth it.
Y'all think like we do.
I think that's why they watch us.
That is a natural 20. It went from a natural 1 to a natural 20.
Oh, that's an improvement.
Usually it goes the other way around when I'm rolling.
And gonna go ahead and
High or
sight that.
low?
Huh?
High or low?
Let's go high.
Ooh. Let me do something here.
Just trying to find the button for ominous.
Cayenne, you're the first to feel this. As all of your divine power seeps from you except for what is enough to keep you normal. And Scav, and your heart instantly sinks, Nikolai.
Whoa.
And Scabbard, you're instantly filled with the gift of someone.
Ew.
And suddenly there is no more heat. It is cold. It is dreary. It is dark outside of the cart. And you hear the voice of Victor in your head. You asked for a gift, I will provide. Safe passage as long as you need to go. Stay on the road.
Thank you.
And you hear Scav say that as the cart is... You don't have the same... It doesn't feel the same as it's moving across rock-hard sand or stone.
What's going on?
Is Sally and the horse still out there?
Yes, they are. And Sally pauses and she looks around.
And I'm just gonna yell out, "Stay on the road and keep going."
She looks around at where she's at. And she clenches her blade a little harder. And starts walking. Cayenne, do you want to look outside the cart? Because you're pretty panicked right now.
Oh, yeah. What is Nikolai seeing?
I'll get to that.
I can only assume, but I'm gonna look.
Yeah, do you look too, Mongo?
Yep. The sudden temperature drop and Scav's change in demeanor probably means something fucking happened.
You guys look outside the cart, and you're on a country road that is nothing but mud and holes, and occasionally a body covered in flies. And there is broken wooden fences all along the way, twisted and gnarled, and above is nothing but clouds. No sight of the sun at all. The fields are barren,
What the fuck?
tormented, and you see scarecrows that are hanging in the fields. And as you look over, you can see crows picking out one of the scarecrows.
Man,
And you
it's
realize
not a scare-
instantly that that is a living person is being picked apart alive, that their muscle is being turned to straw, and you can see dozens of these in the fields all along where you're walking.
What?
Bleak forest
fuck?
lies beyond these fields with small, nondescript farmhouses with smoke coming from their chimneys. Puddles of rain and slush as Sally keeps walking along this way. Occasionally crows look over, their beady eyes watching. Occasionally you catch a glimpse of something off in the forest that causes your skin to crawl, something very unwelcoming.
I'm just gonna go ahead and reiterate. Just ignore everything and stay on the road.
Care to fucking explain why?
What the fuck is
Later.
going on?
And I'm still focusing on making sure that this doesn't fucking go south
Worse?
really goddamn fast. But yeah,
It's gone completely south.
we are 100% safe so long as we stay on the fucking road. So do not.
What is the price
leave.
that we're going to pay now?
Nothing. Just stay on the road.
Are you fucking positive?
What the fuck is this place? What'd you do?
You know you're in the realm of dread, traveling along one of its many roads.
I'll tell you later. Don't
No.
distract me. And I'm trying to focus on getting us through this as best as I can.
Cayenne, you know exactly where you're at. You know now exactly why you've been drained of your divine abilities.
And you're making this really fucking difficult, so just shut up. Just let me focus.
What the fuck is this?
You better not. I really, 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 really hope that when we deal with this, it's not going to be a repeat like the last one we destroyed.
Oh no. Are you fucking kidding me?
And it eventually starts raining outside. You can hear the pitter-patter of rain off of the various pieces of armor.
What? And
Now of all fucking times,
That
Scav
is
had to pick
exactly
now
what I
to
want.
visit his pen pal.
It wasn't by choice.
It's by someone's.
Yeah.
how is everything that happens you not by choice?
Just let me focus. All right?
Fucking hell.
Keep quiet. And we just need to keep going. And for the love
Gav?
of God, Sally, please stay on the road if you value your life.
I'm just going to say this. If one of us were to be in the process of being judged and or perishing, there's not going to be much I can do here at all.
She's effectively immortal here.
Okay.
And
And you hear a child like giggling outside in one of the fields.
ignore
There's your
everything.
confirmation.
Yes, we are exactly where you think we are.
I knew exactly
hear-
where we were as soon as I felt the temperature.
And
And the loss of your divine abilities?
Yeah.
it's just
You sweetie kid.
and I'm just gonna maintain that focus and
Oh, fuck. Sweetie kitty.
I don't suppose we have an extra stick or anything.
You hear like one phrase from the kids playing outside. Ring around the scarecrow, we sing the song of daisies, we pay tithe to our Lord of Dread.
What did you do, Scav?
I'm making sure my goggles are safely tucked away because something tells me I don't want to look at a damn thing.
Was that?
Making sure my goggles are safely tucked away because I got a weird feeling I don't want to look at a goddamn thing in here. I'm sorry, I guess I should phrase it. A Victor damn thing in here. Instead, I will look for just a stick.
A stick?
Like a broom handle about, comparative to Bongo, about yay long.
There's plenty of easy sticks to find inside the
like
car.
a whole foot?
Yeah, basically. And then I'm going to try to...
Only if you can get, like, Del Toro to direct it.
Chat,
is it wrong that I want a D&D movie in the Realm of Dread now?
Oh, that would be so amazing.
No, I am 100% with you if Del Toro does it, because you know,
That'd be
fucking no,
phenomenal.
It would be
he will
absolutely
go
phenomenal.
full into his style. And some of the actors that are involved may have nightmares for a few years afterwards.
I don't know necessarily that Del Toro is classified as gothic horror.
It's one of his best genres.
Gothic
Fantasy horror and gothic horror.
Fantasy
If anyone can pull
He's literally got a real house of curiosities.
Yeah.
If
Yeah, I
anyone
guess
can
that
pull
would-
off vampires and
could be.
werewolves really well, it's him.
So you can hear someone coming along the actual path, and they start to approach Sally, and they're like, "A meal, and you just suddenly hear them go quiet as with a gurgling sound. You realize what Sally did.
Chomp.
Shit.
And you realize that she is staying the path and nothing is getting in her way. Even a beggar alongside the road. And if you want to look at the carnage, you can do so.
Nope.
Yeah, I probably saw it.
Yeah, she didn't eat the person, she just used her blade.
Yeah.
She can smell the air, the people. That primal nature of her is like,
This is not real. This is not eatable.
this is not food. And the car just drags along as the rain gets heavier, and you can see some of the fog roll through the cracks in the wall as the fog grows thick in the area. And the unsettling realization, you hear a wolf howl off in the distance, followed by yips and yaps and snaps as they argue over something. And the air gets colder as the nighttime sets in. Almost feeling like coldness to the bone. A feeling you've never felt before. As the cart moves along.
Every now and then, I just keep on making sure to people know, like, just stay calm
And
stay on the road. We'll be safe.
you see Jer get up and he opens the back door and he begins lighting candelabras to basically provide light.
I'm just working on putting a couple of feathers onto a stick, just in case.
Just in case. They get a sharp stick, huh?
And the
Dude, these things
wagon.
reflect magic.
Yeah, I know.
I'm basically making a fucking mace.
Yeah.
And the wagon carries on, and you hear that voice again in your head. Do you like my gift, Scabbard? The protection I have offered you?
It is appreciated.
And you just hear him just laugh a little bit.
Probably.
And it just causes a full body chill on you. That deep, predatory laughter that the Lord of Dread has.
Oh my God. Why? Why did you make a deal with him at one point? And what was it for?
It happened in sleep.
Oh, so in other words, it was just pillow talk.
Apparently.
I know Cayenne is over there livid right now.
Very.
And the cart carries on, and you can hear strange things moving in the fog around the cart, not approaching.
I'm trying to
Ignore it all and just stay on the road. They won't bother us.
And occasionally you hear something else get annihilated.
What was it this time?
You see the body fall away, and Sally she keeps walking, but she kind of looks over. Have you never seen anything like it? It was a human body, but as the body hit the ground, the pumpkin on its head rolled away, showing a spinal stem with nothing attached to it.
What the hell is that?
So I guess she's not a fan of the movie Sleepy Hollow.
That was an amazing movie, and it's one of my favorites.
The old Johnny Depp one? Oh, yeah.
Well, shit, yeah. If I'm seeing anything through her eyes that is fantastically horrifying and crazy, I'm sketching it down.
Yeah, you see him sketch this down. Roll a sleight of hand.
19.
You sketch it down. You look over at Mongo as you're working at the sketch he does.
Oh, that's damn terrifying. Great place to visit. Fucking wonderful. It's... Oof. Mine's gonna fucking kill
Yeah,
me.
you're like totally just on my keyboard now.
Kippa is going to give me such a fucking earful.
And
Do you just pray to anyone who answers, Scav?
My call was to Owlbear. Victor interjected.
Wrong fucking number.
And you can just see, like, what you would... all these, like, beady, glowing eyes in the fog. Every once in a while you get a glimpse of, like, a blood-soaked snout of some animal.
Yeah, just doing the rough sketches, you know, as quickly as I can to get the various ideas down, and then when I have downtime to try to do my own personal therapy, I'll try to excise those memories into actual
The
images.
chat brought up an interesting point. Oh god, I just realized Scav had Victor's curiosity with the signing of the invitation, but his detention after Fots shooed him away. And the pitter-patter of rain grows even more. And you look through the mantis's eyes and you realize that it's that the rain has given way to crimson. And as the mantis tool looks up, you can see dozens of these strange creatures basically ripping apart villagers over this entire field, tithing it in blood. Body parts raining from the sky into the fog and being immediately attacked.
What the hell? Describe what I see.
And he describes this to you guys.
Nicholas going to need therapy at the end of this.
So would now be a bad time to start playing that old song, It's Raining Men?
And women and children.
And children.
And possibly an entire village that has been praised. Cayenne, do a religion for me.
That's a 9.
A 9? You're like, fuck this place.
Yep.
I'd rather have dealt with the birds, Scav.
This wasn't my choice. As I said, we were kind of ripped here.
Chat, it's raining humanoids. Hallelujah, it's raining humanoids.
Yeah.
And it goes on. The horrific sounds outside, the occasional, like, strange creaking of the fence as something tests it. Hours go by as you're just subjected to the imagery.
Yeah, Nicholas going to need therapy.
Knowing, each of you realizing that if you didn't take the offer, you would be fighting your way through this environment.
Holy crap, that's true, yeah.
That you would have to survive here in the realm of dread to get to the castle. You kind of look around, I'm guessing, in your mantis tool, and you do spot on a very high point off in the great distance, barren land around it, the castle of Victor, his tower of death, essentially. This grandiose castle that is larger than even the one in Casil.
Good
or
lord. Yeah, get that sketch down too. That would be important.
And the road continues as the various monstrosities play outside, and then eventually the warmth comes back as you're released from this
Hellscape?
safety path. The warmth just hitting you instantly like a welcome hug home. Your divine powers return, Cayenne, as you're freed from the realm of dread.
Huh.
And feel that sense of unease leave you, that drowning fear.
Probably like taking that first breath he's been holding in all this time now.
And you look out the window at the endless trial, and you can see drops of blood just dripping along the frame from the endless rain that was going on.
Stop the cart.
Sally stops the cart, and she comes to the back and opens the door, and she is absolutely saturated in the blood from walking through it, and mud.
Yeah, I will hop out of the cart. I will look at. Is it safe now?
She looks around, nods.
Okay, I'll hop out of the cart, and I will try to gather any mud that is on the cart's wheels into a jar or something.
Sally, would you like me to get some of that off of you, like I did before?
She just shrugs. It doesn't matter either way. The entire cart and the horse is saturated too.
Yeah.
Nikolai, as you gather up some of the mud into a jar, and you start to close the lid on it, you look at it, and it just turns into rotting flesh and meat. And you can see the glass starting to crack like something is infecting it. And you see the glass rapidly aging as the meat turns to ash. And it's just creeping up, disintegrating the entire container, and you quickly let go so it doesn't touch you. Cayenne, as you're in the cart, you're sitting there. You look over, and the drawings that Nikolai did while he was in there burst into flames. And you suddenly smell burning from inside the cart.
Shit! Don't touch the mud!
And stuff off of Sally and then start cleaning off the cart.
Yeah.
Sitting there, very, very quiet.
There's burning next to you.
I don't know, man. When you see something like that,
Should have put the fire out, yeah.
Yeah, you put it out, and you realize what it was. It was all your sketches from within that realm.
Fuck. Okay. Well, that makes me real curious. I'll sit down and I'll sketch something again that I
From
just
there?
sketched.
And it just bursts into flames. You're not... You gather you're not... You would understand this, Cayenne, that people are not permitted to pull things from the realm of dread.
What does that mean? It's in my memory forever.
That's
And-
where it'll stay. you're not allowed to recreate anything from there.
And
Only
along the back of the cart, you can just see this massive.
Only
from
the
upper left
Dreadlord's
all
allowed
the
to
way
do
down
that.
to the lower right. These deep scrape marks, like something that you heard during that period, did take a swipe at the cart.
What took a swipe at the cart?
Some sort of thing that
Oh,
was
okay.
there.
Scav,
Yes, brother.
So
could you please take a look at this?
I can literally just start fires by drawing pictures now.
Well, if you have a kindling,
It is because Victor is not welcome within this realm. Anything you take out from his realm into here, unless it is allowed or welcomed in, cannot persist. And I will step out of the cart and look and see what Mongo's
Another
trying
experiment.
to tell me.
Mongo closes the door, and you can see the deep slash marks across the back. 4 deep, long grooves in the wood from the upper left to the lower right. The metal of the cart even having scrapes in it that follow the same trail.
Another experiment.
Cayenne, you can get out and see what the brothers are looking at. And the heat here is just sweltering.
yeah, I'm gonna continue cleaning off the cart. Start with the mud, like from what Nikolai was talking about.
Yeah.
we got a
Another
9.
experiment.
A 9 to understand what it is.
Yep.
It looks like claw marks.
Okay.
I'm going. Try-
Investigation, you said?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm going to try to illustrate an image with exacting detail using words.
You
and-
finish writing the words to describe the detail. Use your literacy to describe the detail. And you look at it trying to look at your own writing. And it simply says over and over again, I will kill those that I love and sacrifice them to the Lord of Dread. Like a mantra.
Burn this? No, I won't.
That's a 24, by the way.
24, you examine it. From your brief time of monster hunting and working at the Hunters Guild, the newer Hunters Guilds, and reading, this was probably caused by a werewolf of some sort, and you've never seen one this big, or heard of one this big.
That's from a lycanthrope. A very massive lycanthrope.
As I go through and clean everything else off, I'm going to see if there's any other battle damage or any words carved in.
No. That's some serious fucky wucky for the poor Nikolai over there.
Yes.
Everybody's been waiting for me to introduce the Realm of Dread.
No,
and
no,
a glimpse at it.
no, we weren't all waiting.
Oh, don't worry, I've been picking out music for that area.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
So. And go ahead and look around the surrounding desert and see where we are relative to where we were before.
Nowhere near where you are. Strange. You can't tell where you are because you're not familiar with the location or the desert. Mongo, do a Arcana for me.
I gotta mark something off real quick. To that button. There it is. Scroll shift.
Another one.
Mm-hmm. Oh, much better.
Not a one.
Next to the one. 25.
25. As you're taking the cart, you pause for a moment and you look over. And you walk a little bit ahead and you put your paw out very gently. And it's almost like touching water. You can see the shimmer between the roams there. And you look around a little bit further and you can see deep cracks that you guys were basically honed in on what just had happened. You can see deep cracks in the ground with flames coming out of it and heat waves coming out of it from this direction. You can see that there are chunks of strange crystals with fire dancing in them that have broken this place. And you realize that you have arrived at your destination to enter the realm of flame.
He took us all the way there.
He is of his word.
I didn't say anything yet.
Oh,
Yeah, I know.
okay.
Yeah?
Yours inside the cart.
Hey, Sally.
She looks over at you. You can hear all that armor on her move.
Fuck. You're impenetrable right now, aren't you?
She shrugs a little bit.
Your modesty is a virtue. You wouldn't happen to know exactly where we are? Because I got a feeling. Just wanted to double check.
She looks around. She looks around the sand a little bit. Cayenne, do you go outside to join Sally to see what she's doing?
Mm-hmm.
She walks around this area a little bit, still in range of the cart. And she takes the sword blade off and reconnects her sword together into one blade. And she finds a spot. And she feels the dirt there. And you see her dig in the dirt using her sword essentially as a shovel. And you see her just kind of get down and she pulls some of the dirt out after she digs a hole a little bit and she smells it. And then she digs in this area for a bit longer. And she reaches down to her side and she pulls out that trinket of hers as she pulls something out of the ground, and it's a skull, and she sets it on the dirt. And you hear her say something in a language you guys don't understand. And she looks over at you, Mongo, and gently shoves you forward towards the skull. Ask.
Do you know?
So she found the skull.
So we only asked 2 questions. Do you know where we're at?
You don't probably expect a response this is strange to you. Cayenne, you instantly recognize this magic as speak with the dead. You don't understand the incantation she used. It's not your language. It's probably from her actual culture. And the skeleton. Who buries a head without a bag? So much dust. Oh, we're at the entrance to... I remember burning to death here. Oh, the realm of flame. And you walk over, Scabbard, to join them, and you instantly hear that, and you see what's going on.
After I get over the shock of, that message that I did not write.
Did you get another pen pal too?
Sally looks over at you. 2 more.
I will join.
You see the skull sitting there, and you hear Sally say 2 more, and it's like, 2 more what?
Do you know how we avoid a similar fate to yours?
Don't burn to death.
Yep, that's great advice.
Just don't do it. It's like, yeah.
What did burn you to death?
Not entirely sure. I think it could have been a djinn, a fire elemental. Bad luck. And then Cayenne, you feel as the spirit leaves the head after the third question.
Thank you.
Then Sally just picks up the skull and drops it in the hole and starts reburying it.
Thank you, Sally.
Well, that's not the weirdest thing I've seen today.
No, not even fucking close. Yeah, so that's where we're at.
We've only been out here for like 6 days. Wasn't it supposed to take a couple weeks?
You've been out here for almost a week, counting the stay at the
Yeah.
obelisk.
Yeah, but the whole trip was supposed to take a couple weeks, right?
At least 2 weeks, yeah.
Thank his pen pal for the express route.
He is of his word when he says
Going at demon speeds, one could say.
when he says something, he does it.
Well, why did you ask him?
I didn't. I prayed to Albert. I have been. You've heard the same incantation I've been calling. But for some reason, that time, Albert didn't answer.
Cayenne,
Victor did.
do an insight.
That's a 13.
Yeah, to
You look-
explain scratch marks.
You look over at Scav and you think for a few moments for back when this trip started. And you heard briefly through your godliness, since you were in close proximity of it, a prayer for safe passage.
Okay.
And you can share that with the party.
Scabbard, didn't you say Sir Asshole, like, visited you, like, when you, or Cayenne said that he visited you while you were dying?
Yes.
And didn't you also say he visited you and let you have nice rest?
Yes.
And do you think maybe he's like attached to you now?
You can share what you know, Cayenne.
Like when you pray, he's the one listening?
Nikolai, if I had the answer to that question, I'd tell you. But I don't.
Well, I think we just got the answer.
Well, Cayenne hasn't shared what she knows yet.
Oh my god.
And your feet are starting to get really toasty standing here.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, I'm getting back in the cart. Fuck this.
What about the horse?
Yeah, Scav, you kind of prayed for safe passage, not protection. And it just so happened that Albert's not the one who was listening.
Regardless, what's done is done. We are here.
You could say Nikolai is hopping mad.
But now we owe a favor to this guy. Even though I didn't ask for one.
Carry on.
It's not entirely true. It was simply stated that it was a gift.
they say nothing owed? Did he use those words?
Not those exact words, no.
Then how do you know nothing is owed?
I don't know.
What is owed comes later with you staying in his realm for a month.
It was 2 months.
It is 2 months.
Yeah, 2 months.
And Kip is going to find out, and nothing to him.
What is owed is
And he wasn't the one who made the deal. Just so happens a certain dreadful dude has a very keen interest in Scav. I don't promised no harm would come to him as long as we go to the realm and deal with the phylactery, which just so happens to be in Victor's castle. And
Yeah,
unfortunately,
one on there, but
he can't move it. We
Still
have to
makes
do it
no
for him.
sense to me. But
Yeah,
whatever.
that's so strange.
darkness can't encroach upon darkness. He has no power over it, which is why he needs us to deal with it. Which is why the deal that was made, that Cayenne made, that I have to uphold, was struck.
When technically you kind of did sign a contract with him before. And my whole thing was to just ask him questions, and then he was the one who brought up the deal.
Which is fine that the deal was made to begin with. It's furthers our goals, allows us to deal with what we have to do.
And he did promise to pamper you, so I wonder about that. I assume you will have plenty of details to tell us about that.
Yeah, just
Nikolai,
don't try to write them down.
Nikolai, after his little forays, like, yeah, I don't want to know the details.
Yeah, I just don't want to know.
Paraphrase and change some things. Change names and change some items of what you see to make it seem less of like where you are.
The names in this event
So-
have been altered to protect those.
To protect the innocent.
Just get in the cart and I will tell you more about whatever it is you need to know. There's something I have to do first.
Tonight on the Guards of Barovia.
Oh my
And-
god.
So, whatever you've seen, guys, just don't write down the details because I don't know if I've just made some stupid fucking promise now myself.
Oh, fuck.
I don't think you
I-
made any stupid promise.
Okay, the pictures burst into flames. So, me being a dumbass, though I thought it was brilliant at the time, decided to describe an image I saw in exacting detail. Apparently, I repeatedly wrote down the promise that I will sacrifice those that I love to the Lord of Dread.
I don't think that held any weight, to be honest with you.
I hope not.
You would know that the Lord of Dread takes absolute glee, Cayenne, in torturing those.
Unless blood was involved.
He takes great pride in playing tricks and causing misery and inducing nightmares on people. Like
I burnt it
he's
immediately.
so he is known to say if you are within his realm, he is known to take, say you happen upon a gallows, for instance, changing those who are hanging around instead of who they are into those that you love most and making it seem very real. That's kind of his bag, kind of his thing.
You remember how Smiley made us see terrible themes?
Nothing compared to
Piece
what
of
I
shit.
saw while we were there.
Yeah, well, basically imagine that, but tenfold.
Yeah, like I said, nothing compared to what I saw while I was there. I didn't share everything with you.
Oh, good. Smiley was the rookie.
Yeah.
Dude, Smiley was little leagues compared
Yeah,
to this guy.
what's the word I'm looking for? Like minor league at best.
Sally comes over and she's gotten back down to her normal level of armament.
So,
Place my hand on Nikolai's shoulder and cast Heroism.
Sally motions to the map
yeah.
that she has. And Jer comes over.
Get your little ass in the cart and get rest.
You guys are in the cart.
Oh, I thought we
Yeah.
were all outside still.
No, you guys
No.
would literally burn to death outside.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll just tell him, like, go lay down, get rest.
Ah, I have
Fine.
to give you instructions.
How is the horse not burning?
Sally looks over. Looks over at an example, and she doesn't really understand it. She doesn't know how to explain it. Cayenne, you can take a look.
I will.
You take a look at the horse, and the horse is wearing little booties.
I'll point.
And I was like, okay, yeah, all right. I didn't notice that they were bootied, not just hooved. Okay, or shoot. Okay.
Is there a little logo on there that says just hoof it?
She's got a cutie stamp that says, I survived the trip to the Lord of Dread, and this is all I got to show for it.
That
And
hor-
Jer's like, huh?
I was gonna say that horse is gonna need some serious fucking therapy.
Okay, see, the shit that this horse has had to go through, this is how some of them wind up eating buckets.
This horse doesn't have to really worry about therapy because the horse was lucky and was basically wearing barding. He couldn't see jack for shit.
And I know where this horse is going after this.
Retirement.
Yes.
Not into a mine to be blown up with to kill
No.
a boulet. Yeah.
The
No.
horse needs a bigger statue than the camel.
No, I'm actually going to gift this horse to someone.
Mm. Make sure they don't look that gifted horse in the mouth.
Actually, no, the perfect person to give this horse to. I'm just not saying who.
Can you tell me?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So, Jer explains where you guys need to travel in the realm of fire. That it's going to be navigate, but you have a short amount of time to get across the space. And that you would essentially enter and then travel a path that would be easy to identify to get to the Bronze City of where you need to go.
Okay.
And he's showing you on the map that is roughly laid out that someone has scouted ahead at before you guys even arrive to set the path once over.
Oh, so this isn't your map here?
Hmm?
You did not make this map?
For the realm of flame?
Yeah.
I haven't. I got a map for that.
So
I don't get what you're asking.
No. This map for the Realm of Flame to the City of Bronze?
Mhm.
Did you make this map?
Yes, I have this map. Why wouldn't I not have this map or make it?
So you've been there before?
He's asking Jeer, not the DM.
Then why'd you say deer?
I said Jeer.
Oh.
Like 3 times too.
It's because I have a fan over here and I have an earbud in this ear. So, like, I'm
Okay,
having trouble.
that's where the like, what is going on with her?
Like, oh, that's not yours usual accent.
Oh my god. It's just very hard for me here because of the fan. The white noise from the
Yeah.
fan is at the same pitch that Noel's dart deeper out for me.
Okay.
So, bear with me. My fucking terrible hearing range is at play.
So, rewind. Jeer, did you make this map?
No, a scout did.
You've not been to this place?
Jeer likes the warmth. He's a good bird for this. Jeer doesn't want to become fried bird.
Okay.
That is fair.
And you trust this guy that made the map?
Of course I can.
Okay.
Paid him lots of coal. Lots of coffers of Jeer emptied over this.
Okay.
This is will you be joining us? Or is this where we part ways?
What did Jeer just say?
Scav, he just said he doesn't want to go in there. It will cook him.
Sorry,
That's a no.
I'm still lost in what has just happened.
You hear that sound? You guys all hear that sound? It's crickets chirping. And it's oddly coming from a hollow place.
God. Oh, jeez. Okay, so you will return to the coast then, Jeer?
Yeah, we have to wait for you to come back.
Oh, you'll wait. Oh, true. Okay.
We will travel to the Feely folk, and they will watch over us until you come back.
Oh, well, we made it back.
He doesn't hand it to you, he hands it over to Mongo, and it basically looks like a wooden coin. He's like, break that in half and we will know that you are back.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty.
There's something that I want to give you, Jer.
No more curses, please.
Not a curse. And it is a signet stamped letter. Basically an invitation to it's sealed, obviously, but an invitation to join us at Casio. For both Jira and Sally.
Ooh.
Okay.
So, as Sally helps you guys with your packs and such to get ready to head in there, you can see the essentially the fabric to cross over.
Guess it's time I better put that on then, huh?
Put what on?
I'm gonna
The
take off
water
my
armor.
armor. And I am now putting on the water armor of Fail.
So, how are we supposed to survive this heat
That's what this armor's for.
for
And-
you?
Well,
You would understand that time is of essence to get to the Bronze City.
If I remember right, the armor, once activated, does actually have basically, it radiates like a bit of a safety zone.
A little bit.
But
We have 7 days. Unless we're able to get into areas where I can stay within a lake for a short amount of time, which we have access to thanks to Cayenne's realm, thankfully, but we can't abuse that. It was a plan that was brought up like several sessions ago. But we have such limited amount of time to do this, and if we're not careful and the armor breaks, we're fucked.
So I guess we just go in and hope we don't cook.
well, his armor creates a bit of a safe zone for us. There is a fucking time limit, though.
So long as we stay
So
together.
we just have to be able to get to basically hop from one safe zone to another to another. It's just we can't really afford to. Our usual shenanigans. I know, this is going to be hell.
Alrighty then. Because, like, well, shit. We ended up a week ahead of time.
We can't diverge from the path. We have to stay focused on our goal.
Yeah, I know.
That means no
But there were
distractions, Nikolai.
plans to do before you started talking to your pen pal again.
And right now, that's good and all, but we
No,
are
it's not
already
good.
on a timer.
Yeah, once you break that veil, the timer starts.
So whatever it is you want to do,
Scabbard, I think the thing that Nikolai is trying to get to is we are trying to make a coordinated attack with other groups who all hit phylacteries at the same time.
No, I was talking about trying to figure out ways for us to survive in this hellscape. I had ideas. And right now, the only one I can protect at all is myself.
Well, he did say that he will offer us safe paths. He will basically ward off all the things that go bump in the night as long as we stick to the course and are just straight there for business.
No,
That's for when you go into the realm of dread.
that's when we go to Realm of Dread. I'm talking about when we go to this realm of fire.
Nikolai, why do you think we purchased this armor?
That armor wasn't purchased.
And I
it was
thought
given
that
to
we
you.
were all given boots and stuff to deal with this.
Yep.
We have protections.
I don't remember actually getting anything.
It wasn't added to your gear list, but it is a group thing that you guys have. Sets of
Okay, so
boots
we
that
have
will-
things that, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
we
don't
were-
have any items that do anything for this, so
We
Well,
have
Yeah,
lean harder.
resources. We have protection.
Okay, yeah.
It's just very limited.
okay, so this is all out of character now. I have nothing in my inventory that Nikolai can use because nothing was put in my
I
inventory for
don't think
Nikolai
any of
to
us
use.
have anything yet other
Yeah,
than
and this is a thing you remembered, not me, surprisingly,
that's fair.
that we have.
You guys do
things.
have boots of firewalk, which will basically ward off most of the heat. It's still gonna
Yeah.
be uncomfortable.
Okay.
I remember that we were outfitted like armor wise to deal with the heat.
Okay, I don't remember this, and well, I do sort of remember it,
We also
but I was
only have like
remembering
3
that these were
potions and
things
that's
that we were
it.
supposed to. Yeah,
You also do
Have
have
nothing.
essentially what is a vest that will expire. It will prevent you from taking the instant 5 points of exhaustion. But each day that you're inside of the realm of flame, you will take 1 point of exhaustion no matter how much rest you get.
okay. So again, the lack of memory is just that I don't have the item in the inventory.
You do have these items. You can
Okay.
don them right now so that you can actually traverse the
Okay,
environment.
yeah. Then
One
let's
major
go.
saving grace we have is this water armor. So long as
Each
everyone
of
is
you
around.
have a potion of fire resistance.
Okay.
So long as everyone is around Scav, we have full protection. But only for 7 days until he can get to either a lake to recharge it. And there's no guarantee that doing that in Cayenne's realm will work. It's a possibility. It was discussed. It might not. We don't
Okay.
know.
That's fine.
But we have 7 days of guaranteed protection.
I know.
And after that,
Again, you're explaining things that have been explained where the confusion was cleared up.
Yeah,
So
you're
can
getting into
move
mansplaining
on.
territory.
actually,
So-
it's hard
Thinking
to
just
tell with
getting
him.
a broken record.
So you get the gear on. You watch
Keep
the
up montage.
yeah.
Do that montage.
You know what I'm thinking of? It was so gratuitous.
What?
They,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
it's like oh,
I think I know what you're talking
combined
um
with
that you see the cart with Jer and Sally head off in another direction.
Before we part ways, I will go up to Sally. You will make sure he stays rested, right?
She looks at you and it's a look of like you don't understand the expression, but others would have like you expect anything less.
Okay. Thank you, Sally, for everything.
You stay safe, okay?
She just turns, not exchanging pleasantries, and heads off with Jer.
take care, you two.
So I got the reach of Magica ambulatory now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hop in, suit up, and go.
I'm
We
gonna
have-
before we leave. I'm gonna give Jeer the salve that was made.
He takes it and he says a prayer to you, which is odd because it's not. It's a prayer of safe travel, essentially.
I'm tell him thank you and that I will hopefully see him again soon, and we will be back.
You guys will be back. And you guys take your steps and cross over. And the sheer amount of heat that you were experiencing there doesn't even compare to what hits you here. It's not even a flick of what you experience in this realm. Instantly, you start sweating, Nikolai. You instantly just feel like how cats would just get rid of sweat. For you, Scav, it's like, oh my god.
Like, even with that heat resistance
Oh,
I have, it
Fuck
probably
this!
sucks.
I've changed my mind. I'm out. I'm out.
Grab him. Let's go.
Fuck.
Cayenne, for you, it's just like, oh, oh dear god. Instant dryness. It's like being stuck in Arizona traffic with no AC.
Oh yeah, I know what that's like.
Yeah, remember a couple years ago, I was stuck on the freeway with no AC
For
coming
3
to a
hours.
show for like 3 hours.
And you look across this entry point into the realm, and it is flat and barren as far as the eye can see. Red sand swirling. Endless sun in the sky, not a single cloud to be even whispered. You can see crystals jutting from the ground in various locations. You would almost mistake them for mountains from the sheer size of them, and realizing that they're crystals of flame. You would know these from your schooling. You don't see a single plant anywhere. Not a single life of of any kind, not a single sign of life, not even a sign of a former life. The ground is cracked and almost kind of like a plated manner with the inner crossings. It's like walking across broken plates, listening to them break under you from how dry the actual dirt is.
Jeez.
Your lungs instantly filled with dryness from the actual overwhelming heat as you're here. The endless trial, not even so much as a sentence of preparation for entering this place. And you just watch as stones, the crystalline junts, almost seem like mirages. And off in the distance, at least by a day's travel, would be the Bronze City. Or what you think is the Bronze City. It could be an illusion.
Follow the path given.
And you see the map. So this is what Osling feels all the time. Yeah. And you see the first, essentially, stone crystal that is basically acting as currents to guide you, and that you would realize that you would have to rely on this map the entire trip. But something catches your interest. Do a wisdom.
Wisdom. 18.
You stand here in this hellscape with not even so much as a fart for a breeze.
Oh, so Phoenix in summer.
You look at the map and you realize you can't have this map out the whole time because the parchment is already beginning to dry up from the sheer amount of elemental damage it's taking.
Mending.
You
Huh?
cast Mending and you lose one first level slot.
Fuck. Oh fuck. Fuck. Fucking fuck.
Keep the map put away.
Map covered.
Unless I'm unconscious, I can guide the way. I know where everything is.
Been here
I
before?
can't forget.
Okay.
Like, tell me a random string of letters and numbers. Very, very long. Do it.
While you do,
Wow, Chad is clever. I'm not gonna say that because that would lead to metagaming. But
Wow.
damn, that is a clever idea.
while you do, let's get moving. We haven't any time to waste.
Yeah, I'll come up with something later. Let's fucking go.
As you guys prepare to embark, I'm pretty sure Cayenne hates this place as much as the Realm of Dread.
Yep.
As you guys begin to embark to reach the Bronze City, this is where we're going to end the session. And jump into the, no pun intended, post-mortem.
For right now, Mongo's walking a little differently because he's not used to wearing shoes.
Like that first time you put booties on your dog.
Or your cat.
He picks the foot up.
So, jumping into the post-mortem, let's see. Mongo, favorite moments. Let's go.
Sally's always awesome. Getting to read the scrolls from a previous civilization, pre-orc. That was pretty cool. The interaction with the elder, who's now a salt addict.
Salt! A stranger has embarked on our doorstep and has brought the gift of salt. The spirits are kind.
Yeah. That was always fun. Yeah, it was just a lot of fun. Everybody else going to combat and Mongo sitting there reading while I basically get to mystery science the shit out of everybody else.
Oh, fucking shots fired. Is he walking like a dog or a cat with footwear?
Yeah, he may be trying to walk in a straight line, but there might be some.
Scabbard.
The moments between Sally and Jeer, always pretty great. And the hunt, awesome too. The entire segment within the realm of dread was completely out of left field. Was not expecting that. That was pretty cool. The those birds. Fuck those birds. But they're pretty awesome. And getting to see a little bit more of what kind of power Victor has over Scabbard is kind of scary.
Yeah. Cayenne.
First, it was definitely going on the hunt for the birds, or
With the birds.
Othio, is what
Oh,
you
yeah.
called
Yeah.
it.
Yep.
Yeah, going hunting for that monstrosity. Killing it as a bullet, and then
That
jumping
was
around
cool.
like
That
a
was
dumb
fun.
dog.
That's pretty funny.
That was cool as shit.
Yeah.
That was fun. Being able to collect basically components that could be very, very useful later, and then having that skull that I can create Osling a headdress from.
Yeah, those feathers are awesome.
Just being able to talk to Sally, and then getting Jeer and Sally to consider coming back to Casil to potentially live there and find work there.
Yeah.
Other than that, just how much of an asshole Victor is. How warm and cozy that place probably would have been to Osling for a very short amount of time. Very,
Yeah.
very short amount of time. And then just seeing the drastic difference going to basically the realm of flame. And how much hell this is going to be to get through this.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be a really fun trip. to get through.
Absolutely.
I can see Mongo over there with a notebook of like, Realm of Dread, not again. Realm of Flame, nope. Just a list of the various realms that he's heard of like making a check mark list. Astral Sea, maybe.
That was interesting.
Realm of Water?
Nope.
Hell nah.
Feywild? Question mark.
The Feywild is a yes for me.
Oh yeah, I know everybody's kind of, to a degree, excited to see what I have in store there.
Oh, absolutely.
Cayenne's
Probably
only
quite
seen a
handily
brief
insanity.
glimpse of it.
Considering the past campaigns, oh, I can't wait.
Dude, look at how I've described the Realm of Dread before compared to now.
Yeah,
Is
it
a
was
dramatic change.
it was very vivid.
What about you, Nikolai?
For Nikolai, being able to use that rifle the first time, that's amazing.
I need to get you an actual stat block.
Yeah. That was pretty cool. I just literally used the one you said to use. So
Yeah.
there's a hunting rifle. It does a lot more damage.
Yeah, so essentially you can fire, use your minor action to reload it, and then use your second action to fire again.
Okay. I could do a bonus action to reload it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, cool. All right. The trick you played on me with regards to illustrating the scenery of the Realm of Dread, that was pretty cool. Like, son of a... The birds, as you described them, that I could just picture those in my mind. That was pretty cool. And the fact that they have that reflection functionality for their feathers, when Nikolai learns that, that'd be amazing.
I already did learn that.
He was busy concentrating, making sure that
Fair enough.
Sally was okay and didn't need assistance in drawing stuff. So what was going on in the car, he was only listening for Nikolai, like someone telling him like there's something going on. Yeah, the whole trip through the Realm of Dread, that was pretty fucking crazy. The ritual about welcoming the new party members into the camp, that was pretty cool. And the fight with that creature, that was fantastic. And once again, you destroyed Nikolai's machine.
Hey,
Or mostly destroyed.
I would rather your machine gets destroyed than Ace dying.
That's true. That's true. That is true. But Ace is easier to fix.
Wow. Fucking demoted. Ace is officially expendable. Thanks for that confirmation.
Shut up. That's not what I said.
So you're gonna start talking like Stallone?
Huh? Express? I'm missing something there.
Sylvester Stallone, expendable?
I get it. Yeah, okay. Ace would be a badass character in Expendables.
Oh, yeah.
He'd be the Terry Crews of the Expendables. Or the Dolph Lundgren.
Could see Ace just getting some rope together and somebody asks him, what are you going to do? Hang a pirate.
With as much charisma as you give Ace, it would have to be the Terry Crews. Like Dolph Lundgren, but Terry Crews has way more charisma. And then the fact that our trip through the Realm of Dread like cut our travel time in half. That's nuts. That was all pretty cool. It was very enjoyable. And yeah. What about you?
What the chat said that I would say is too metagaming, and it is such a clever idea and so smart. Minor illusion, a mini map.
Minor illusion mini map? That might work.
That would work. I think Nikolai's like incredible like photographic memory, however, is just as good.
Keen mind. Yeah, so go that way. About 100 yards.
For me, the introduction of new wildlife and it just being killed, that was fun.
We did over 100 points of damage to that thing. Holy crap.
That thing was over 3,000 pounds. I know people asked for it, and it's one reason why it did happen is a little bit of contact with the Feely folk culture here.
Yeah.
everybody was kind of asking for that, and it's like, okay, I can give you that. And they do send out hunting parties that are usually out for a couple of weeks at a time, and then
I
they
just
come
happened
back
upon
in.
one.
So you guys got to meet that culture a little bit and see how they actually function. The most interesting takeaway from that is they don't actually believe in gods. Their belief system is actually a departure from what you find in the rest of the campaign world. So they believe essentially in what they refer to as the divine river, that everything has to flow. And those that do well enough in life oversee that river. And you speak to those spirits in the afterlife.
Oh. Isn't that in some ways similar to, was it like one of the Japanese major faiths, like spirits of the ancestors or something like that? Was it what is that? Shinto?
Oh, I know. I think so, but that's how their religion essentially functions. They don't have a belief in a god or gods or deities. They simply respect those and such.
That's pretty cool.
So
yeah, that definitely came through with the offering an offering of a loved one that you've lost dearly. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's something people ask for me to bring in, and I wanted to bring that in.
That's pretty cool.
And you can see how that clashes with our culture.
Yeah.
The more lore pulled away from the veil of Jir.
Mm-hmm.
The history of Jir and a little bit of history of Sally. Sally is an enigma to everybody but me.
Yeah. Fascinating creature or character.
She is very simple and straightforward,
but I don't think it's simple as in simple-minded. It's different, simple.
Yeah.
Because definitely someone can see that, her personality may be that her dump stat is intelligence, which I don't think it is.
I think her dump stat would be charisma.
Yeah, probably.
No, she's intimidating.
The small armor up montage of Sally,
and
awesome. Then the revealing of why she was doing it.
Shit, guys, something's going down. She's suiting up. What do you mean? Putting on more armor.
Those birds are actually something that I designed when I updated the Endless Trial and the Burning Temperament. That I started working on and I blame Cayenne for this. That I never really, when I used to create things, I never really considered the things that live there or anything. That I would just touch on those here and there. You guys know that from previous times I DM'd. Or the the plants and stuff that live there, and Cayenne has influenced me to actually delve more into that and fill out that area of lore that I normally don't fill out. So you end up with things like the birds, and there's the ecology as to why the way they are.
Yeah.
There's the large creature you slay. There's an ecology to the reason why it is. They're solitary. They don't actually run in packs, because a pack of those would honestly be terrifying, and they'd probably kill each other.
Yeah.
They're kind of like the way they roam around is kind of like they have a large territory like bears.
Okay.
They overlap, but they are always moving in such a way where they never actually encounter each other. If you do, that's probably a really beautifully brutal sight you get to see. Because one, they're either fighting over territory, or they're going to make another one.
Another one.
In which case, you're not really sure how to tell the fighting and loving apart.
I can tell you have way too much fun dropping into Victor because like you smile a lot.
Victor's just fun. It's just a chance for me to really dive into my horror roots and just go.
Also, the gloves that Cayenne came up with for Sally.
Yeah.
Yeah, those
great.
are awesome. I can't wait till they're made by the group.
That's gonna be such like a crazy group effort.
Diving into Victor in the realm of dread, it lets me dive into those things that I am really proficient at and have improved on. Plus, you just get to be an irresponsible prick the entire time with no regard to life of the people at the table. But the realm of dread is really living up to its name.
Yeah, it's fucking dreadful.
And then the last part is, the first inklings of the realm of flame and what that entails. You thought the endless trial was a fucking hellscape.
This is going to be one intense journey.
Huh?
It's gonna be an intense journey.
The journey across the actual to the city probably won't be that bad, but that city does not operate like anything you've ever seen before.
After doing the math, we have about 13 days of protection. That is it. Oh, it's gonna be rough.
Not to mention you have to destroy a reliquary when you're in the realm of flame, dealing with all the environmental issues.
Mm-hmm.
Yay. I think we're just gonna die. Start making a new character.
That's not nice to say about Scabbard again.
No, it's just I have one spell prepared that I should have changed before we walked in. I don't. I had a feeling Ice Knife is just not gonna do well here.
I mean, probably not.
Yeah,
Or it might.
I'm gonna throw
So-
steam in your general direction.
so any spells that deal with water or ice in the realm of flame only are at 25% effectiveness.
Yeah. Fire ain't gonna do shit.
Yeah, I heard it has immunity to fire.
Yeah.
So that leaves one thing that will actually do something here.
Electricity or throwing rocks.
Where is Toph when you need her?
Yeah, fuck right.
All right. I beat chat to it. Ah,
What?
chat was gonna say the same thing I said. Oof.
Toph is such a badass.
Oh, she is.
Who?
Tough.
So she's
Avatar: The Last Airbender character.
So she is a blind character
Yeah.
that shows up later in Avatar,
Second
and
season.
she just eats the damn screen. And it looks like they actually nailed her perfectly in the upcoming Netflix.
Oh no shit.
Yeah.
She's an earthbender.
Yep.
And she is considered to be the most powerful earthbender in all of Avatar.
Mm-hmm.
Even more powerful than the Avatar himself, apparently, which is crazy to think about.
So with that, we are off next week. We'll be back the week after for a special game. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Figure out what I have planned there. Nobody knows, not even myself. I mean, look how much I fucking threw a secret game at you with aliens.
That was fun.
Our character's still alive. Who knows?
all of our characters actually could still be alive.
And the greatest news that they're working on Isolation 2 has dropped.
Oh yeah.
Finally. All right. Say goodnight, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Like, comment,
Good night,
subscribe,
everybody.
join our Discord, and share us with the world.
Thank
Yo.
you.
See you next time.